and start streaming. Yeah, I'm streaming right now. I like to stream. YouTube, are you fucking? Yep, you do it. Let's see. Twitch usually gets the ball rolling. Yeah, Twitch is good. Twitch is good. Bitrate seems to be kind of fine. All right. I'm kind of yapping. I might play some games today. No plan. I do have a new webcam. I said that like while my face is away from the fucking microphone, so it doesn't help. Like here, let me yoink. I grabbed another cord and like hit a couple of glass bottles. We're not gonna worry about what those things are. But this is my old webcam. Well, I actually don't remember where I put the fucking face thing for it, but I have a new one. It's a 1080p. This one was 720p. HD 720p though. Like I can't fucking see. Who cares? But I just hear straight yapping. Don't know what the topic is. I guess I kind of know what the topic is because yeah, no, I'm just high, dude. I already know, dude. I already know who that first year is. Pretty sure. I'm like in a car right now, and not I'm like call by myself, and like I'm over here vulnerable. Could be joined, could be not joined. Just depends. But just joking. I'm not requiring any joiners. But yeah, no. I'm just gonna start yapping away. But other than the fact like a new webcam, I'm obviously not making any money for this, but I'm spending too much money on this so far. I think the webcam is a nice thing because the old webcam is kind of dog shit. This new webcam, I think you can still see a lot of the noise over there. I don't have really good lighting, but it is a better webcam than 720p. It is 1080p, so it is better. It also, I don't know. I just hope that it increases the value of the stream, or whatever. But uh, oh wait, let me sit over. Let me do this with this right here. But I don't know. I think it's really funny because what is okay? Um, I just beginning thing I was thinking about was I've been having a lot of anxiety over the like streaming, which I think is really funny. Not just streaming, but like I think that like in a previous conversation, it is actually just I think it's the last fucking conversation I had about like how when I take skills and I turn them into this could make me money, I start to freak out about them. And this is like one of those things where like I've never had this level of this much anxiety and this much just like level of like throughout the days of just how intense it's been, which is really funny, for how quickly it is onsetted in. Which I will say it's not been bad. It's not been crippling. It's just an intense amount that I was not expecting. But because of the fact that it is one of those things where I do want to dedicate a lot of time to, I've just noticed it being a lot more intense than before. I think it doesn't help the fact that there's also numbers that go along with it. I think this is where a lot of people do get subconscious over the numbers, where it's like, oh, I uploaded a couple of shorts today, and like they didn't get nearly as many views as the original ones, which it happens. And so it's kind of like what I have to expect, but it's just really funny because that's not even what caused a lot of the anxiety. It was more of a lot of these other things, a lot of these other thoughts I've put towards it. Um, so I'm just in a very currently weird position of like confused, a little anxious. But I've been trying to like think about like just trying to get places with streaming and things like that. So um, I'm still trying to just get my best efforts to um be somewhere, be entertaining, be something. Like the problem I have is that like I have two mixed views. I would love to just stream for fun. I would love to just hey, I'm making a YouTube video or I'm gonna stream and I think it's gonna be perfectly okay. But and then you kind of mix that with the fact that like I have like I want to have as a hobby. Um, but the hobby breaks down into two things. It's just hobby, and just like the hobby is me just how the fuck do I get good? And that's part of the reason why the hobby is great for me is that I love just like it's kind of like why I turn a lot of games into optimization based games. Where I just like, well, let me automate these things. Let me optimize this and automate. I'm not the best at it. When it comes to like Satisfactory, like I'm not gonna say gave up on it, but I kind of like played it for a little, got anhedonic, and then gave up on it. And so I'll probably come back to it in some time. And I don't have Factorio. Factorio scares me because there's limited resources and things that come and kill you. And time pressure and pressure like that scares me. But like in a slime rancher, like I like have bees and I have like, okay, let me get all the slimes. Let me just sell every single slime plort I can on the market except for gold slime plorts. This is slime rancher one. And like I try to optimize these things, and it becomes like a okay. I get a little snippet, and I'm like, ooh, I can optimize these things. Like when I saw the bee drones, I'm like, ooh, bee drones, and I start to optimize things where it's like all I have to do is feed the bee drones. And a part of my own existence is trying to optimize. Where I'm like, all right, let me get these things out. But I think the problem is that that's part of why I enjoy some things is how can I get these things done. Other because the thing is like I'm not sure how normal hobbies can be when it's just I'm just gonna casually do it. When it comes to things I could just casually do versus like I can go hard into. Like when it comes to battle song or like the bass, it feels a little bit different. Like with the bass or with the battle song, I've done some like more complicated tricks. So like I think the choker fan is a more complicated trick that I've been trying to learn. Which is really weird. I think the shortstop feels to me like a really complicated trick with my fingers, but it might just be my dexterity is not good. But what I think is just funny about that is that that's a little bit more casual for me, while I tend to not have a lot of that um like casual feeling when it comes to a lot of these different things. Like when it comes to art, when it comes to these other things, I feel this pressure to, and it's not just an outside pressure of I need to be. The problem is that there's outside pressures of like, hey, I need to be a human being. I need to be a person. I need to be somewhere. And like this is one of those things where I'd be like, I would love for this to be my thing. I would love for me to get an income from this. And while that is the case in which I want to do, obviously the likelihood is low, and like honestly, again, I don't need to be big. But part of the problem is that like part of the reason why I love streaming is again I love the I love it. Except for parts of why I love it. It's yeah, I can just yap to a camera, and like I've gotten okay enough at yapping at a camera. Am I that entertaining? Not really. But can I do it? Absolutely. And that's part of the um thing is that like I can get there, but then I go to this intense level of I want to get good. And this is the hobby part, just like staying in the hobby part, not the pressure part. And my mind's all over the place right now. I'll try to figure that out. Um, but like I'm just like I can get good. I can try to lock in. I can because I'm trying to figure out how can I optimize. And it's funny because I was talking to my friends in a call a couple hours ago, and I'm like, all right, I really want to know how can I um kind of just in a sort of that sense um like get more viewers, kind of get on that kind of YouTube grind, get on that Twitch stream, YouTube streaming grind, and making clips and things like that. How can I get like where can I go? I want to go upwards, and so there's part of me that has this innate like yearning. So when I see people like and this is not to necessarily praise them and sort of like, and again like I think I've talked about this in previous streams. So I'm gonna say I don't necessarily dislike these people. I think I've disliked some of the environments that let's say Mr. Beast has created, but whatever. Not environment because he's a bad person. I don't really know who the fuck that guy is. Like I've never met that person. I don't fucking know. Do I like YouTube after who not really who fucking cares? Doesn't really matter. But people like Destiny like not Destiny fucking Dream and Mr. Beast have this capability to just observe, learn YouTube, and then figure it out, and then fucking crack that code. And the problem is that like I think that like I've met this with a lot of I've been another there is sorry I just keep getting the do you want AI viewers? I don't want fucking AI viewers, bro. Um, but there is I lost my sense of train of thought real quick. But there is this sense of like they learn these things, and uh, I'm someone who has been doing not to say the same thing, but like I watch YouTube videos. Like I was watching Ludwig today. I was watching a couple of these other people, and I haven't written notes yet on these people yet. I've just kind of gotten the feel for because like the thing is like I want to write notes. I don't necessarily know how the notes are gonna go because it's like okay, like I watch things at 2 times speed. You can watch with 2 times speed, listen to a little bit, pause it. Okay, but I don't really necessarily know what the where like the notes are gonna go. Like how does he make things entertaining and things like that. And so I've been currently kind of doing that, but like I've done that for a while. Like I used to watch YouTube videos and break down what I thought really made people the thing. I even like had this whole sense of like, okay, when you're the support for YouTube video or YouTube video or stream and different people like that, and when you're supportive, when you're bringing out the elements of other people, how big of a role does that play? Because I think it's a big role, and you know, you don't have to be the main person to be entertaining, to be there. There's a lot of people who are a bit more entertaining. So I think that maybe I have some level of entertaining. Like let's say my level of entertaining is a 3 out of 10 by myself, whatever, maybe. And then, but what if I could support somebody else where to maybe I be entertaining by myself could be a 3 out of 10, maybe they could be a 7 out of 10. And so like then you would be like, okay, then I'm affiliated with a 7 out of 10, not just my own content, but just like, oh hey, maybe they were a 5 out of 10, but with me be a 7 out of 10. So it's like together we can be more, add that things to it. It'd be great. But that part's not too important. So like I learned a bunch of all these things. Like, I didn't necessarily study these things well, and I think the problem that I have is I like um it's the same problem I have almost everywhere is in almost every subject. I think there's very few subjects that I have not been outdone in many different ways. But this kind of comes down to like when you see a lot of people on YouTube, I'm just gonna think about like this one person who was kind of summarizing the Lord of the Rings movies and and one day she was showing what was it? It was a she was explaining like some battle as like pure autism content, and I think it's really funny because like there's some level of like I want to be able to be that person who can just fucking learn about this shit, be able to like do these things and exist in that manner. But I have always been kind of upstage in that sort of sense when it comes to every single subject. Not every, again, not every single subject, but a lot of these different subjects where it's a little damaging to my ego, and not necessarily like, oh, I'm the smartest person ever, but it's a little bit damaging to be somebody who I'm gonna learn something and all of a sudden just get like I know how little I actually know. Like again when I go to back to like think about studying YouTube, I know how little I actually know. Because like if I knew more, I would be more. Part of that has to go with skills. So maybe realistically, maybe in due time I'd be more. Who knows? But in this sort of sense, I think I realize that like if I had more ability in this sort of sense, I could maybe be more or whatever. Like let's say if I had the skill and my knowledge plus skill would be able to be more, but like I think that like I don't have as much knowledge. So like I kind of like been upstaged like there for a while. I think that like there's like knowledge of other kind of like things that like I've always just never had. But when it comes down to things like working out, like I'm somebody who's watched a lot of content. And again, because the thing is that when you're watching the content instead of say studying like studying the stuff, you're going to be upstaged by the person who is teaching the stuff. So you can only grow to the amount of where their content can lead you to. So let's say if like working out, a lot of it started with Athlete X. Um, and then it moved to which is really funny, Mike or not Mike, Greg Dulcet. And then it moved to Mike Rosertel as being like, okay, this guy I watch a lot, and then now it's like a little bit of Mike Rosertel a little bit for some learning, not actually really anymore. And it, like I don't really watch a lot of workout content anymore, but and then it became a um Jeff Nippard, Jeff Nippard's a good one, but in that sort of sense, kind of like I never really went far. It was just kind of a basic level of knowledge. Same thing went to computers. Um, and when I started like working on like just learning about computers, I remember it kind of all started back when because I was like I wanted to become begin to tech. I'll get into a different story in a second, but I want to get into tech. One friend at the time had a Linus Tech Tips as his profile picture on Discord, and I was like, oh, that's funny. It's Linus Tech Tips. And I've seen a couple of memes from him, and I sort of started to watch content. And that's how I learned a lot of this stuff. It's kind of like through osmosis, where like I would absorb. Is it osmosis or osmosis? I don't fucking remember. Doesn't matter. And so like I would start to watch his content, and that's where I would start to learn, I guess, some of the things. I think I did okay learning from the content. It wasn't the greatest thing. I just learned small things like, oh, CPU, but like I never learned the nitty gritty, and I never really knew how to get myself into that. Um, and kind of it goes into a little bit before that is that like I've kind of done this a while. I remember this is kind of a very funny story, and like if I could ever talk to this goes this story from sixth grade. If I ever talk to him, please, for the love of God, I would love to have a fucking conversation with him because I think he'd be able to like predict and know what I was doing. But in sixth grade, um, I was in the honors gifted whatever fucking science core class, and like I wanted to be in the math class because I tested gifted in elementary school, and I get to middle school and I say, hey, actually, basically you can only be in the science class. You can be in advanced math, and the rest go fuck yourself. So I'm like, you know what? All right, that's it's fine. And I go to that class, and then I was the biggest bum for a while, kind of just as I am. Like, now I know it's like I have pretty bad ADHD, which has really, really negatively affected my life. And again, I'll get more into it in a second. But at a certain point in time, it starts to get into like we have to do a science fair project. And I was like, because I want to feel smart. Because like a part of my personality was being smart. Part of my personality was like in elementary school, like in fifth grade, for the math, I was the fastest person in the gifted part of math or whatever. Yeah, the gifted math, I was like I completed more math assignments, and because we had like very simple algebra based math assignments, and we would have to like the way we would complete them is that we had to get them all correct, and then we would move on to the next one. And like if we didn't get it correct, then the teacher could explain to us, or we can kind of go back and figure it out ourselves. And I did a lot of that figure out by myself because like it was faster. And I didn't really need it. It was a lot of times just small little like, oh, I forgot the ones, forgot the zeros, whatever. And so I progressed the fastest. I completed the most assignments and even started a little bit later because that's when I tested into the gifted program was that year. Um, in that sort of sense, like, it was like being smart was kind of my big thing. Was kind of the thing that people, um, do real gifted. It is a real gifted experience. I think that's one of the scariest things is that like is that it becomes is why Dr. K's video is so big is it becomes part of your life. Um, to be smart and like everywhere else and like I started to become a liar in a sort of sense just so I can talk like which is really weird like what because the kids kind of do this but like what normal person starts to do this like I remember this is a really weird story my mom probably won't even remember this I remember telling my mom hey I found a secret level on this Lego Star Wars on the DS and I just wanted to just make up stories I just wanted to like I just was aware you this and that like I was like there was no prompt it wasn't like hey what you doing right now it was just like I just wanted to tell a story that I made up in my mind but I had to lie about it first. I had to say this is what happened. I don't fucking get why I did that. But I think it's really funny. I just want to do that. But it became a thing to kind of like later on, kind of going back to sixth grade story was like science project and it was programming and I was like, hey, you want to program? And I remember like it was funny that there was a Disney Channel show that like was connected to coding, and you do like really simple coding, whatever. And I started to um, like I did a little bit of that, and I was like, oh, that's cool. Mainly, a lot of it was not my own. I didn't really understand what I was doing. I was like, obviously, when you're a fifth grader, you don't understand what you're doing. And what was really goofy about it was the fact that um, like I go into sixth grade, and because I didn't know how to stand out against some of these other people who were definitely really smart, um, I was just like claiming these things and just hoping that no one called my bullshit. And it was really funny because this one kid he did, and he's like, "You fucking cut your losses, bro, and just admit to yourself you don't know what the fuck you're talking about." He didn't say exactly like that, but it's essentially what he talked about. And I'm like, and I was fucking stunlocked because like like 'cause the thing is that like I think in most people's experiences, they wouldn't have the time, or they wouldn't really give a shit to call somebody out. They're just gonna be like, okay, this kid's just fucking stupid. I'm gonna like leave him alone, even if they're the same age. But I think what's really funny is that like I think he is positively affecting my life, calling my shit out. Like I am still very very nervous, and it's really funny about like the conversation I had the other day with my friend Darman. It was funny because he was like, hey, like you keep saying like you don't know, like you keep kind of pulling your kind of words and acting and saying like, hey, maybe like I think this, and but like I'm not sure, but I think this, and I kind of do that in certain sense because of that. Because the thing is, I realize that like it's a scary thing to people to call your bullshit, but it's also like it's knowledge that like I'm not stupid. I definitely have a brain to me, but I'm not. I'm not like I gotta remember where my boundaries of like knowledge are, and showing people my boundaries of knowledge because I love expressing my mind. I love being able to say it'd be oh cool these other things. It's something like I was saying like when I lied to my mom about this random DS thing. Like I told her it's like but you can't replay it again. Like you can only play it once. Just so that I could just so that like I couldn't be disproved, which is really stupid when you're a kid because like why would you make content you only play once and it's fucking stupid. But I just wanted to express my mind. My mind just wanted to run, and I just wanted to express it. But when he called me out, um, he actually knew what he was talking about. He actually did a little bit of programming, knew what he was talking about. I think that's where the situation came in of like that's when I really, really started to do this spiral of a lot of poor poor mental health. Which is really funny because that year there was a couple of other circumstances that like it's funny because I state to like my therapist and a lot of doctors that like my mental health started to get poor then, but absolutely I had problems way more problems than I always quickly remember to because like eighth grade is when I remember getting depression. I remember just having this overwhelming sense all the time, while other grades I had problems, but it's a thing that like ever since then I've just been kind of like I've been kind of like somebody who's smart. They're like this person has a brain to them, but isn't like nothing to do it with, and so like it'd be kind of like it's kind of like having an engine but no chassis to really get your car running. And so it's like it doesn't matter how fast or how much theoretical horsepower your engine can pull. Like it doesn't fucking matter if you don't have the tires to be able to run with it. And see, that's the problem I've had for so long with a lot of my things, where I've always just had this just brain, this mental cog, like this the it's funny because talking to a person recently is like this raster level ability where my brain can do it. Like given a lucky time period, my brain can solve problems. The problem is I've never been able to focus it enough to get some other place I can get there. But yeah, it's like being upstaged in a lot of different places, like the programming there. When it comes to working out, I think I still have a little more knowledge about working out than a lot of other my friends. This again because of how much like time I spent like watching some of these more science-based lifters, some of these more people, and also like lifting myself. But one of my friends, he's a lot bigger. Some of it's genetics. Also, there's a lot more dedication. He actually went on. I'm gonna eat food instead of me being like I'm gonna eat sub 1,500 calories daily. Not because I wanted to. It's just more of like I just don't. I didn't want to eat, um, but like in that sort of sense, like there's upstaging there, and there's some sense of like I need my own personality. I need to be a thing. I can't just be whatever, and so that's kind of where a lot of my ego just kind of been. It's been kind of like a deeper and deeper realization because when I studied a lot of YouTube before, and again I've been studying YouTube for like years and it's very very inconsistent. So it's kind of like my Japanese level of ability where it's like if any normal person from would be studying the year amount, so like oh I've been studying YouTube for since what eighth grade, and eighth grade was back 2018 2019. It's been 8 years now. I think dude that'd be the goats at YouTube, but the amount of time I actually spent towards it, I didn't spend actually a dedicated an extreme amount of time. I think that like enough for like would be considered maybe like college course and maybe the one semester. But the thing is, I also spent it doing stupid shit where I just kept watching the same micro's YouTube video over and over and over again, to writing different weird little notes down. Like maybe it'll get me somewhere someday, or whatever. I don't have the I don't remember where the notes are anymore, but maybe you'll get me in a position where I'm somewhere else. But it's weird because then you see these people who are actually successful, and it's I don't know. Life is difficult when you kind of just keep going in circles. I think that like a lot of people talk about like and I don't necessarily like the way that is oversimplified, which is really stupid because I oversimplify a lot of things. Is that people like depression is part of your brain just like thinking itself and understanding that like the I don't remember the exact quote I'm thinking of. I think it's like a Twitter fucking meme or whatever that they post like depression Reddit or whatever. And this is not just one subreddit; it's like multiple subreddits. But it's like oh, overthink stuff, or it's like human life is melancholy or whatever because of like the smarter you are, the more realistic and smarter you are. Because like oh, the studies show that the more depressed you are, the more realistic you score on tests or whatever. And what's really weird about that is that like I don't like the oversimplification, but like it's what sucks about it is that like at a certain sense when you meet people, oh, is my thing doing AI? I don't know why it's doing AI. Sorry, I think it's because I had my hand up or whatever. Stop AI auto framing. Sorry, let me fix my camera. You know, I can't see my dirty room. There we go. Um, but um, I forgot my camera did that, but now I'm distracted, but um, I kind of get to back to the idea. It's like when you're kind of doing things for a while and you just never get anywhere. It's really weird because like every not every a lot of things I try to do, I get nowhere. The very few things that I do and get more than just somewhere is like working out and a little bit of psychology, and even the psychology is somewhere, but it's more than just that. But like it sucks because like when it came down to like I was reading anatomy physiology. I read like three chapters of the anatomy physiology of a textbook that I found on the internet. Um and in that sort of sense, like three chapters is not a lot. I understand some small amount of information. I will still like in my mind continue to use all that information, keep using it over and over and over again. But I don't necessarily have um I don't have that much from it, and again when it keeps getting upstaged by a bunch of different things, I don't know. What life is, if you were ever in the position, I think there's a lot of people in my position. There's a lot more people than there's a lot less people. There's also a lot more people in my position than I would like to understand or can understand. Not necessarily like to understand, to where honestly you just kind of feel like you're going fucking nowhere. Like genuinely, like you're you're in the passenger seat to your life. And this is what I tell like a lot of people. A lot, like I talked to like one big thing I talked about in streams constantly is this free will thing. And why do I talk about it so much? Why is it such a big topic? Why is this such a thing that I keep bringing up every single time? And it's a thing because I've never felt I've been in the front seat for long enough to ever go anywhere. Like like when it comes to working out, I felt like even the things I've gone places to where I'm kind of happy with, I still understand this lack of control, and it really is demeaning when you observe even your greatest strengths, you're still fucked. Because like like with working out, it- sometimes I just want to get consistent. I just don't fucking end up consistent, which is fine. Like happens to a lot of people. When I want to get on a bulk, I just can't get myself to do it. Like I remember eating 6 eggs for like 3 days straight, and then just never being able to do it ever again. I just like I every now and then would make 6 eggs because I would be like, oh, I'm hungry and like make it whatever. But like I couldn't get myself to continue doing these things. 6 eggs is not obviously the best idea because eggs actually have a very low amount of protein. Better just like do whatever else. And like I think if I approach it, I'd approach it in a different way, but it's not important. And so it's just difficult. But when it comes to these other things, Like when it comes to psychology, it's like I've learned a lot of things on my own. I've read book after book after book. Like I've read, like, really, I think like in just a couple books. Um I've taken a core like a motivation reviewing course, and so like non-clinician based things. So I don't have to get a certification to do those things, and like yet it lands me nowhere. The farthest places I've gone, I haven't been able to get places with it. Uh, like again, working out, I fell in the back seat when it comes to like reading like psychology. Like the only thing I can consistently do is watch Doctor K, and then it goes into um like the next thing being the only thing that like I could do when it comes to like I haven't been able to do school very well. I can kind of do it. Working out, I just work out. Like I work out somewhat consistently inconsistent. Like I will try to work out 2 to 3 times a week, and yet sometimes like I just can't. Sometimes I'm sick. Sometimes I'm depressed. Can't really control that. But the thing is, like at some point in time, I'm just in a position of just being fucking just spit roasted in a shitty way of life. I don't get to be in control, and it's weird because like like I was watching before a stream. I was watching this streamer who has a lot of very funny clips, and I'm kind of surprised he isn't bigger. And again, I want to understand why he isn't bigger. Why where is his cap? Why isn't his like where does his cap lie? Of his what is the if he had a very lucky situation where somebody had 100,000 concurrent viewers, and these are people in the general context of his stream, where these are people who maybe 100,000 viewers who might want to watch him. What is his cap? How many people are willing to see that? And again, you can't really control things like that. I'm not sure how that fucking works. Maybe caps are way bigger than I can ever expect. But like the reason I think about caps is people like Carly Stream. She went from 60 to 70 average viewers to then to the position of being um, like 2,000 to 3,000 average viewers. But like I was watching him, and he was kind of funny, which is again not too important. I was just trying to figure out, trying to like grow, see, okay, what can I do from him? What is he doing to be funny? How is he doing these things? And he had a clip talking about like how he's like, oh, I really got upset with my therapist because like he can't just stew in the depression. He can't just stew in it. And like like I've been in therapy for I'm not in therapy right now, but like I've been in therapy so long. So I've even just past therapy doing so long. I've done the insane amount of work on myself. Insane amount of time has spent towards to fix my problems. And like I am not yet able to say I don't get to stew my depression anymore because like part of it is I haven't been able to be successful. I can't escape the anxiety. Again, maybe it requires TMS. I've been told by my therapist, by my psychiatrist, I should try TMS. I think that is the way I want to go because there's not a lot of options in my life. To I that's as I tried or failed. The antipsychotic or failed. Maybe whatever I might try an SNRI, so selective serotonin norepinephrine inhibitor. So I might try one of those. Maybe because I just have an abundance of just thoughts just fucking running. I have depression, I see autism, and maybe stimulants would fucking help. But like not a lot of options. But it's weird because like I think that like maybe if I found success in somewhere, I would be able to be like, hey, I'm fucking okay. Because the thing is that like, and that I don't know where that success can be. I don't know if that success is. Uh, I don't know if that success is possible. Um, I think it is. Like maybe finish school and get a job somewhere. But like, what if I don't get a job from my schooling? What if I can't? I don't know. He's never been able to go somewhere, and the learning Japanese hasn't gone somewhere. I continue to take L's, and like it's hard to not think about how I lack free will so bad when because people talk about how, oh, I feel like it was in the, I remember it was a random thing. They were saying in Talk to Me, the horror movie that was directed by YouTubers, how you feel like you're in the passenger seat. Life like me, sure, I think I'm in the driver's seat. I presume I am, but when you retroactively look at your life, and when you look at the future and you look at the projections, when you always feel like you're not even the passenger seat, you don't get to be the luxury of the passenger seat. You are in the back seat. You are in the trunk. You are somewhere where your life, you don't get to control that. It's super demeaning. It is super depressing. And again, this could be a depressive thought. This could be the depression talking, but like it's hard because I don't get to fight against that being like maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Because the thing is that like when I'm outside the depression, it isn't like I'm six. It isn't like I'm fine being whatever. Like again, I talked about yesterday being the action orientation is great, but at a certain point in time, you become tired. And I love action orientation. It's what keeps me able to be going in some places. It keeps me streaming. It keeps me playing the bass. It keeps me flipping the ballad song. It keeps you working out. But the thing is that like it doesn't keep this overly strong sense of just getting fucked by every like direction of just like you're not in control. But I don't know. It sucks. And kind of going back into the topic that I first started about with the YouTube thing is that like been trying to grind and a lot of anxiety there and kind of getting into a lot of stress and feelings in that sort of situation. But um I think that I'm gonna continue trying. I think that like maybe I will lose low motivation. I think I definitely can tell I'm getting a little more depressed recently, but still gonna just try to continue uploading. Still gonna try to figure out what I'm missing. I think what sucks is again when it comes back to just being the upstaged, it continues to happen time after time. And I think this is one of those positions where, like YouTube, maybe I'll never be able to find what I'm looking for when it comes to like, hey, I'm gonna study YouTube to figure out what is just that thing. Because I've studied a little bit, but on the surface, I was like, okay, your personality, the way you can react to the people, the way you can adapt, and so a lot of it is like quippiness. It's like, um, I think that like even last time I streamed, like Darman said something funny or something else, and I didn't know how to react. And so part of like not knowing how to react can help you with reacting. Maybe there's your reaction yourself. It's like, yeah, I don't know how to react there. I verbalize it a little bit. Don't really know with that. Um, and in that sort of situation, um, I don't. I don't know if I can find that. I don't know how easy or uh, how in over my head I am when it comes to trying to figure out information. But I do have that sense of I'm gonna fucking figure it out. I don't fucking care. Because I'm just gonna do the fucking work to figure it out. But it has not been an easy one just to continue doing. But going kind of past that is that I don't know. I actually don't fucking know what I'm talking about anymore. But when I try to do things, I'm gonna continue just trying to push into this environment of being more uh like just entertaining, more learning, whatever. I'm gonna continue to just try stream, continue going on from there. But it's really weird because this stream, like I was thinking about it, was need to be a little more lighthearted. And a big thing I was learning is it's just a lot more lighthearted. A lot of these random people, and again, it doesn't have to be lighthearted. It doesn't. One of my friends had a conversation. It doesn't have to be lighthearted. Maybe I can be more serious in this specific times. And there's a lot of YouTube videos where people are serious, but I don't know where there's some level of like great to be serious. I want to. It doesn't matter about serious. I want to find what makes people fucking big and just fucking go for it. Like maybe not myself. Maybe I'm a fucking coach. Maybe I get somewhere, but maybe I have to be a coach for other people. Fucking great. I don't give a shit. Like maybe I understand how the sports work. The sport works, but I don't know how. I can't do it myself. So maybe I do have to be the coach, like I said. Um, and so I wouldn't mind doing things like that. It would make a job out of two things I love: figuring things out and fucking teaching people how things like work. I would have to learn some organization things like that, but whatever. Um, but yeah, it's funny because like it's gotten super fucking depressive, which is I think just it's very indicative of my current emotions. It's been one heck of a which is really funny. I always say one hell one I don't even know, like one hell one heck whatever. It's been a lot. Um, fucking life has been a lot, but even recently, it's just been a lot on my mind, a lot going on, a lot of things I don't control, a lot of it being not very happy feelings. And just it's not just about anything. I like not anything specific always. It's just not everything. It's a lot of situations I go to. It's just feeling unhappy. Um, I'm gonna get a side tangent of just like not knowing what to do for a job. I think this is where I'm becoming a lot more unstable again. Which is really funny. Was like I kind of currently give it up my plan for the future of just like school. I'm like I fucking don't care anymore. Um, and I think this is current mentality because I know it can absolutely change. I think that like maybe if I get a fucking stimulant and actually feel in the fucking front seat for for once in my life, maybe I can like be in control. But currently, I've been beaten up so much to the point of where I don't know if I want to just do it again. I don't know if I want to just have my shit rocked over and over and over again. Um, but same thing for work is that like it wasn't even as bad as school. School's just been a shithole for fucking years. But but when it comes down to working and things like that, I don't know if I want to go through this fucking endless pit of just doing things and like I am going to say this in a very roundabout way. There is a cap on time on this world that I currently have, and I don't. And the reason I'm doing this is because like I believe Twitch is very much against some things being explained, and also YouTube, I guess. But I have a cap in time of how much I'm wanting to continue on existing if I cannot find peace. Um, and part of like job is like I would love to just find a job and just be able to find that peace in the job. Just I would love to be able to sit there at a job, be like, I can do this forever. Like, and maybe it's still hard, but I could do this. It's not gonna be. I'm not gonna. I don't want to sit there at a job and like at the beginning of it being like, this is a ticking timer. Not just like, oh, I could do this for 40 years, or I could do this for 10 years, or even a year. It feels like a ticking timer of like, is it going to be this month? Is it going to be next month? How many months do I got? And at a certain time, it's like I even overestimated the amount of time I could thought I could do the last job. Again, last job was a little more intense than other things, but I don't know. It's a dude. I am dude, definitely feeling that depression kind of seeping through. I have not been dealing with those emotions a lot very well, which I think is really funny. Which is kind of funny because this is currently like a like a journal right now of just my emotions, just kind of fucking spitting them out. But where I am now is just it is a very melancholy and downtrodden feeling of just there's just like even there there is a cap on a future that I have that when even though if you accept it, even if you realize, hey, this is the way it is, it doesn't make you feel any less sad about it. Because like even if you don't want to continue to go on living a full future, um, you still don't escape this downtrodden like feeling of just like, damn. Especially the amount I fucking tried. Like I think that's what's hard about it is that if I didn't fucking put any effort in, it'd be like sure, but the amount of fucking effort I put in is what makes it really hard. Is that reminds me of a lot of situation I was in the past. Was I remember my parents were like I don't expect the best grades from you. I don't expect A. I don't expect perfect from you. I just expect you to try. And this is probably one of my more sad stories I think about, and it's what makes it's what fucking ruins my life currently. Not exactly, but it's something so just hurt hurting in my life. But I remember them saying that, and I remember going from fifth grade to sixth grade, and this summer, And so I get my progress report. I get it. And my parents don't really ask for it yet, and I'm like super happy about that. I didn't have to ask for it right away. And I go to my room, and like like the dumb kid I was, I put it in a folder, and I prepared the speech in my brain, and uh, and I was just telling myself I was like, hey, I was like the speech was like, hey, like I know I didn't get good grades, but I tried. I remember because it might have been fourth grade. Or I don't remember if it was fifth. I think it was fifth grade. I don't remember. I just remember doing it, and I remember being going to the summer. I remember being. I think it was I wanted a new video game or something like that, or whatever. I remember just wanting to go to them, saying, "Hey, I know how you guys said that you don't expect to get good grades, and you just want us to try our hardest, try our best, and I tried my best, and when like I shit you not." The fucking creme de la creme of responses that can fucking ruin a child is what is what I got was I prepared that, and of course kind of like as you always do when you prepare as somebody who doesn't have great social skills, when you prepare something it doesn't go the way you want to go, especially when you say it, but I said and explained it enough, and I remember getting the response of like no you didn't, and I don't know how to tell somebody, especially when you're in fifth fucking grade, how much that's gonna affect you for the next, like, was it fifth fucking grade? How old was I? I was 12. It's been 9 years, and that's been, and like, my parents are more understanding now, but like, damn, 9 years and still, even if it's not my parents, if it's not anyone else, it's myself, it's this world, it's like, like you can try your best, but you don't get to say you don't get to be the one who determines if you tried your best. Because people love when people try their best. Like we like even this is why I love so many movies that not just movies, but like things like sad things like Edge Runners. It's people like David who in Edge Runners where he is he's something else. He can use the Sandevistan and use it like no other person. He is different. And no matter what he did, he knew wasn't he wasn't gonna be I forget his fucking name. I played the game too. But he wasn't gonna beat him. He wasn't gonna beat him. He wasn't gonna be able to not go Cyber Psycho. He just wasn't that. And like what's even worse and what's more kind of depressing is that like I'm not even I'm not even just trying my hardest in that level. I don't fucking get there. And it's very funny. I am what the anime equivalent is the people like in let's say Demon Slayer. I'm the anime equivalent of the two kids who guide Tanjiro to break the rock. The two ghost kids, the two spirit of the kids who guide Tanjiro to break the rock. The kids who were going, they were trying. They didn't get somewhere. Like they were better than Tanjiro at that during some of the time, maybe because they actually were sent. I don't know if actually I'm gonna guess that they broke the rock, but like they were going somewhere. They were better than Tanjiro for a time. They could beat him, but then they were outpaced by me. He did better. I am them. I've never been able to, and even though I'm still alive, I've never been able to surpass that level of not being the person who has tried but failed. It's a like this is way more depressing than I thought it would be, but damn, like genuinely, it's just like it's never been just the like been me. Like this is why it's like if you ever really want to feel like you're not the main character of the fucking anything, is even when you fucking try to do your best in other places, in other things, in anything you do, fucking leave my life. You'll never feel like uh a fucking main character ever because even the things you're good at, you realize that you are not just second, you're fucking worse than even the fucking average. Maybe I don't fucking know anymore, but like it's to say it's a hard life. Not even because it's I have to do manual labor, and like I'm lucky right now. I'm fucking 21, turning 22 this year, and I worked for 2 months basically, and like I went to school for a semester. It's like sure I get lucky there, but like it's a hard life. It's difficult to want to be able to wake up in the morning, but um, I don't know. There's a lot that life kind of just throws my way that I can't just fucking tank anymore. But and then I wake up one day ready to fucking tank it, and then a couple weeks later, then I'm not. But so it fucking happens. But I don't know. Uh, I'm just guess I'm just trying to take my life into just doing things. I just do it, whatever. But I don't know. It's difficult, and I still think about just wanting to get places, but it's hard to ever want to get places because this is part of what depression does. Is it builds a um a core belief in your system, and this is comes some core belief is that no matter what I'll do, it won't fucking matter because it hasn't, and it's hard because like there's ways to build against that. Like a lot of people when it comes to depression, it's a lot of therapists will be like, okay, let's look at situations where you did and where you didn't. It's like, yeah, like I definitely have, but you can't, you can't beat the fucking continuous L's that like I continue to take, which is great. Like you cannot. A lot of people live in very shitty situations, but like you can't beat this level of like, hey, you're gonna take the fucking loss, and it's just the way it is, and it's not gonna help. Cause like, how do you help somebody where their core belief is no matter what you do, you're not in control. You're not in the fucking driver's seat. You're not even in the passenger seat. You're in the trunk. You're in the back of the car. You're you're there. You're somewhere. Uh, not in control. But how do you tell somebody with that core belief, hey, what about the days you did well when they're currently going through that every day of their life? Like, this is where you have to adopt this of I just do things. Is that like, because I can't fucking win anymore. Like I can't win, and that's why like I have to adopt the view of I do things because I don't fucking win, which is a very sad thing to say, but um, my life is just fucking do things now because and it's like and I think like oh man like it'd be great if I can maintain those thoughts and can't really just yet. Maybe one day I become so good at just doing that I won't ever have to think about this anymore. I won't have to ever think about the fact that like I continue to fail after fail after fail. But I'm not there yet. And so instead of learning to be action oriented because it's going to make me feel more positive, it's going to be it could be the reason why I'm able to continue living. And that's kind of like a hard thing to think about where it's like so many other people get to say, "Hey, wow, this made my life a lot better." They get to go from 0 to 10. I have to go from fucking minus 100 to like fucking maybe minus 80, minus 90, minus 50. I don't fucking know anymore. But like again, I will step up to the plate and fucking do things. That's what I'm kind of doing right now. Is I'm stepping up to the plate. But by all fucking means, God, is it hard to step up to the plate when you are fucking beaten to submission by like it doesn't fucking matter when you step to the plate. You're just gonna fucking get it's gonna be 3 strikes every single time. Maybe hit the ball a little bit, but someone catches it not quick enough. You like hit the ball. It's like, well, that fucking sucks. But like you get somewhere, but you never leave anywhere. But I don't know. It's hard because this could just be a time thing. I'm fucking 21. Maybe this is a time thing, but you can't tell somebody it's just a time thing. It's just you're gonna have to wait till you're fucking 27, till you're 30, because like I'm not 30. I'm not gonna be 30 yet. I'm not gonna be 27 any fucking time soon. And it's hard when you see people who are those ages and you're like, fuck, they're in a bad position. I think the difference is I'm maybe actively trying to go somewhere. Maybe I'm thinking about trying things, but even thinking about trying things has not gotten me there yet. So who fucking knows? But yeah, no, I'm kind of moving away from a little bit of topics. It's become a little bit too depressing. I'm still probably gonna make this video. Maybe add a couple things out of it. Uh, but it's fucking heavy. I don't know. Still think about it a lot. Just shit. But I don't know. With YouTube, I'm gonna go back on the YouTube talking thing just because my brain wants to talk about that. It's just studying YouTube, studying these other things. I don't have a very clear path to go down. Um, I think it's what's really weird is that like when watching people like Ludwig, I want to be able to figure out what he does is like how big is the cap of viewership when he gets his level of viewership, and is the fact that he's been able to get eyes on him, is that why like he's able to reach a higher cap? Is the cap much bigger than we really expect for YouTube watchers? For YouTubers, maybe like the people the streamer I watched, Daddy Ditto, maybe his cap is much higher than is what he's able to show, but because he doesn't have as many eyes and it's harder for him to get eyes or whatever, he doesn't get that um level of viewership. I don't know. It's weird because I watch a couple of people like Jebo, who like Jebo, which kind of upsets me internally that he just maintains his viewership. And I'll say like this is his action to maintain his viewership, but it upsets me that he just doesn't grow bigger. Like when you see some of your favorite content creators, like I guess like a lot of people stagnate, and this is where people reach a maximum. But watching these people's subscriber number go up 1 million subscribers from like 3 years ago to like to upwards, or like when I watch Jacksepticeye, it like goes upwards over time, or even more critical, it's really fun to see where it's like, oh, I remember when he had 15 million subscribers, and then which is really funny to think about. Like I remember he had a little bit. I remember when he had less, but like when you see that kind of like growth, when you see that level of like they continue to grow, and when you just look at Jumbo, it's like that growth. I guess does happen. My guess is that he does grow in that sort of circumstance. He's probably not losing his subscribers, but when I don't see, it's hard to see. It's like, man, why doesn't he have 1 million yet? I would love this guy to have 1 million, and because it's somebody who I've been entertained by so much, or people like I don't know how long Daddy Did has been streaming or whatever, just more recently found him. When I see him, it's more of like, damn, it's a lot. It's also somewhat demotivating to me. It's like, damn, fuck, this guy's pretty funny. He has which is really rare, 40,000. He's sub uh a YouTube play button, sub a silver play button, and it's like, damn, like, and he's definitely on his grind too. He's streaming decently often. He's I would say he's pretty entertaining. And he's clipping a lot of content. He's doing a lot of things that are indicative to what I would think. Again, because like I don't know what the fucking secret sauce is. When I think about Krelly, she was fucking lucky. She got raided by Vettel and went from 60 viewer average to fucking massive. And maybe it's like you just have to fucking throw as much shit in the fucking wall and hope it fucking God sticks. Because like for her, it's just like when you get the influx of people who are coming to your stream, it fucking sticked. It fucking sticked. That's the way it fucking was. Um, whereas like other people, um, I don't know, like Daddy Doe, again, he does a lot of shorts, and I think you would think that you would do the same thing, or people like Aqua, which is really weird. Her numbers are lower on Twitch than Crowley, and I do enjoy Crowley more. She has a lot more uh parasocial bait, which I think is really funny, and it's not necessarily a bad thing. I think it's more of a thing we understand now, but parasocial bait, but like when it comes to Aqua, the fucking grind I feel that she's on, And like when I watch some of her content, you can tell she's just trying to do the job. Uh, the fact that she's on some of these YouTube things, the fact that some of these other things, like I don't know, it's really weird. And like part of why I think it'd be great to become a streamer or whatever is like see some of these people and get to co-experience their experiences, be able to be like have a real conversation with these people. People like Aqua, it'd be an insane conversation to talk to this person. Again, it'd be great because like I don't have that conversational ability just yet. I don't think so anyway. But like for her, just like I don't know. I could tell she's just on that grind, and she does a lot. She has a lot of people. There's some of the funniness, and she kind of pushes out some of the boundaries. So she starts to stream with other streamers. She makes YouTube videos, and she definitely seems like that. It'd be really nice to just see how far it goes. But I don't know, because I think I have a very depressive way of thinking. Um, and this is more of like, oh, it's sad that she doesn't go bigger. And it's like, hey, she might be just fine with the way she grows, but like, be like, damn, I don't know. It's also kind of like I'm over here, kind of thinking that I don't think everyone can be fucking top dog. Not everyone's gonna be fucking million, 10 million, 20 million, 70 million subscriber person on YouTube with fucking like 10,000 viewer average minimum, 20,000 viewer average, whatever. Not everyone can be like that. And even some of these bigger streamers who used to get a lot of that, even like people like Mars Critical, I don't think he gets as high as he used to. I don't fucking know anymore, but it's those sort of situations that like I don't know. Maybe I'm hopeful in circumstance, but maybe that hopefulness also makes me naive. And so, at a certain level, I want to figure out what differentiates that. How, because this is the scientific part of me, where it's like, what fucking makes you know Corelli be able to be bigger than Aqua? What makes fucking Ludwig bigger than some of these other people, like even Aqua? Or what is this difference? And like to think that Ludwig isn't in a place of where he is because of how good he is. He's absolutely fucking good. What makes him good? Because there's a lot of circumstances, and remember talking about this a lot of times where it's like when you're autistic, it's like you don't know how to get places. People are like, okay, how do you socialize? And they're like, I don't fucking know. Just talk to people. It's like that's not a fucking answer. Like, how do you meet new people? I don't fucking know. Like, because the thing is, like, I don't meet that many people. I need to answer fucking questions. Um, and so you you kind of just naturally do things like, oh, he's just entertaining. He just gets the views. He just fucking is there. Why is most critical where he is? He just fucking is. Like people know he's funny, but like, how do you get funny? I don't fucking know. And again, maybe this is asking him. How did he learn to do that? Um, maybe some people aren't built for it, which is a thing that I don't fucking like because it getting more depressing thing. It's almost like I'm built for fucking nothing. I'm too much of a chop tud to be fucking built for anything. But um, but yeah, no, like why are these people where they are? And part of that learning is kind of like obviously the crux of it. Like if you figure that out, then you could probably become a pretty big streamer if you're able to do that. Like theoretic, you can get the theoretics done. Where it's like how are they able to become entertaining? What sets them apart first of all, and how to become what sets them apart. Because what sets them apart is sure they're entertaining, absolutely. And I guess what sets them apart is a very very broad thing. What sets Ludwig apart from Jabba? What sets Ludwig apart from Aqua? And obviously some of their content's a bit different, but what sets them apart? And then after what sets them apart, how do you get to what sets them apart? What sets even Aqua or Jubbo sets them apart from people like me? What sets them apart is like obviously again if you solve that problem, if you solve it theoretical and you understand okay then how do you learn to set yourself apart from those things? Then that's when you get somewhere. But again, because that's usually where you probably take a lot of the time and the skill to get there. But who fucking knows? Um, uh, I don't know. It is a very don't know. It's a little bit of a hard thing to think about because I'm a little distracted right now because I was like pressing with fucking buttons because that's what I fucking do all the time. Um, but after turning off the microphone, no. But sorry, I was messing around with fucking settings on my computer. I don't need to be doing this shit, but I am. But I don't know. It's where I'm wanting to go with fucking YouTube is where it's like how the fuck did people get where they are? I'm gonna turn up my mic gain a little bit. That's gonna be too fucking much, isn't it? Let's see. It's like a shower control. You can't turn up too fucking much, or it's gonna be fucking overpowering the shit out of your fucking mic. Yep, I think that's fine. I think there's a good enough gain for my thing. But yeah. Let's see. Do I have any notifications on my phone? Got it. Just making sure. But you know, YouTube is its own fucking thing. I think I'm ready to kind of get away from this little topic now. Maybe I come to back in a second. I don't fucking know. But you know, dude, life is a lot. I don't know. It's hard. I mean, you can get back to the fucking depressing thing. It doesn't matter. It's hard because I'm gonna mess with this thing over here. When you are okay, you can kind of hear that coming through the mic. It's fine. When when you are mentally disordered and people who come up to you who aren't mentally disordered, it's hard because like I'm not like plagued by being in a episode of psychosis every single second. I'm not daily dealing with panic attacks. Like, am I dealing with panic attacks as often as other people are? No. Am I dealing with panic attacks to a level that's somewhat concerning? It's kind of like if you have chest pain. Chest pain, if it happens every day and if it happens for a certain amount of time, if it's a certain type of chest pain, it's like, yeah, that's fucking concerning medically. Other times it's just like, yeah, you're fucking dealing with it. But am I dealing with it more than maybe the average person? I don't fucking know, actually. I would say probably, but um, dealing with a lot of those things, just dealing with a lot of pressure, whatever. But when you talk to people who aren't disordered, it's hard because you feel so powerless. Not even to them, but you just feel so powerless in your life. Like you don't get fucking anything, and it goes back to not being in the driver's seat. You don't get to control where you're fucking going. Um, you're just you're just a very unhappy passenger in the train to where the fuck you're going. Maybe I do fucking take the reins. I don't know. It, it it's it's been it's been a life. I have to say it's been a fucking life. But who knows if it'll get any fucking better. But uh, I'm not sure what I want to do. I'm streaming for a little bit now, so I think that maybe I play some games or I continue to yap about depressing things I feel. Who fucking knows? Eh, I don't know, because I want to fucking solve this problem. What the fuck does this make these streamers entertaining? But like, obviously, I'm not solving the problem by just fucking yapping about it just yet. Maybe I fucking do, maybe I don't solve the problem by just yapping about it. But I want to fucking solve these things. I want to be not even just to be like. There's a want to be fucking somebody. Like I think it was a great thing that Dr. K talked about, like how there's some people who you don't have to be somebody, and like that want it's like I want to fucking do something. I want to be somebody. But there's also a level of like because of a lot of the things I've been through does make me want to be more. So like if you failed class, if you got D's all the time and you want to actually try in school, for you getting C's and B's is not enough. I have to be fucking something. Um and that's kind of where I'm at, where it's like maybe that something's coming out of just a reactive thought towards um, my own experiences. So it's like, hey, reacting to that, or maybe it's like a genuine because again, I've had that genuine for a lot of different things. But again, my life has been plagued by this fucking existence of wanting to be somewhere and not getting anywhere from there. But dude, I didn't realize I was getting DMs from my friends. It's crazy. They're just talking about some of the YouTube content. That's kind of funny. Or YouTube content or something else, but I don't know. It's nice to have like friends who encourage just chugging along, being like, oh, let's keep fucking going, you know. Uh, it's great to have that while still not anywhere just yet in my life. But yeah, man, it's nice to have it because again, it's so great. Is having friends. I think that's probably like one of the biggest things that has changed my like even after the whole depressing conversation, what has changed my view on all of that is damn, fucking friends are great. Like even like friends message me just random things. It's great. Like hey, look, your video has hit my recommended. Like small little small things like that. It's like I don't know why that fucking hit me. I'm like, dude, I don't know. Like it's not like wow, it's the video has 30 fucking views. But man, it the fucking recommended. Oh, I don't know. Hitting I hit 10 subscribers here on YouTube. I had 12 followers on Twitch is really funny. But like 10 subscribers. Holy shit. Fucking double digits. Double digit guy over here. Um and so, we're fucking grinding. We're going. Hoping to get more. Anxious. I think the more and more I talked about it, the less and less anxious I feel about it now, which is nice. Less a little sad, less a little downtrodden. Uh man. But I guess we're gonna figure these things out. I've been yapping for an hour. I wish I could yap more. I don't even know what to yap about. I guess I can yap about yapping, which it's a couple streams ago I used to do. Yeah, just yap about yapping. Just like I'm fucking yap about the fact that I don't know what to fucking say. But man, I talked about such sad downtrodden things, and I'm like my mood is a little bit slower now, a little bit more all right. It's calmed down. It's calmed down. But let's see. Let me get my brain back to focus. You know, why is my OBS on this screen? Why do I keep? But let's see. Man. So back over here. Let's go back to this part of the stream. Back here. Alright. Alrighty. What do I get? What do I do? Do I want to video games? Do I want to play a video game? I've been wanting to. I'm like spending money I shouldn't be spending. I should save this money, but I'm fucking not. Apparently, I'm just fucking straight up spending all this shit. But I want to. I was thinking about getting a video game, and one video game being. I was like, oh, do I want to get fucking what is this game? I have things by price. Okay. Space Marine 2, because I fucking love horde shooters. But I have this weird fucking mental thing, which it also helps for stream a little bit, I guess, because my computer's not the greatest. Is like, hey, like it requires this thing. Like yeah, it's because I used to play on Shield laptops, but also anxiety of like I need multiple things just for it. But it's like, hey, it has this level of requirement. I'm like, it's a little bit too much. A little too much requirement. A little too much PC requirement. A little too much. You know, it's like it's not that fucking much, bro. Like it's legitimately not that much, and it could just be perfectly fine. Yeah, I'm still over here being like, oh, it requires a little too much. This is why I've become a very weird person about fucking Unreal Engine. Because the problem I have with Unreal Engine is that part of it is the devs have to optimize their own game. Not necessarily the Unreal Engine itself, but like things like Abiotic Factor. I love that game, but like I definitely like that game. The way it looks, the way it feels. I don't necessarily know what's happening in the background, but it definitely feels like you should be able to play that game like with a really really shit PC, and I should be getting way more frames. Which again, I don't blame the fucking devs. I love that game. But damn, like really wish I could get more like more frames out of it, which is again not too fucking important. Uh, yeah, I've been looking at different games. I've been looking at my old games. I think the problem that I go through is that, like I get a anhedonic, and then I sort of look at new games. Like, all right, how can I feel this fucking spot of like I play games, and I look at new games. Um, like a Second Son. That's a game that I've been looking at. Uh, which is an interesting one. But I really do, but I can't. This game becomes very stale and repetitive fairly quickly. Everything about the game just feels somewhat lackluster. There is the most bare bones story and never really seems to progress or develop in a meaningful way. The character creator is bare bones. Skill feels like anything but standard type stuff. And the visuals look okay-ish and open world. It's so weird. I know when people talk about visuals, I'm like, oh, it's fucking great. Uh, yeah, I've been looking at that game, which is like, what is it right now? It's like $19. Looking at that game, and then I've been looking at other games that I always enjoy. I've been looking at horde shooters, because the problem is I can't just get the game. I can't just get a thing. I have to like judge myself for getting it, or like not getting, or just looking at it. It's like, oh, when I look at fucking um when I look at with Space Marine 2, I can't just play the fucking, I can't just buy the game and fucking be happy with myself. I'm like, I have to judge myself for like there's actually other games for it, like World War Z. There's actually the previous game they made. And actually, you could be playing. What is the other game they fucking save? It's not just World War Z. It's Alien Isolation, I think it is. It's like you could actually be playing these other games, but it's like but are they fucking Tyranids? Are they Tyranids? Do I get to rip Tyranids in half every single time I think about it? Because again, it's like, oh, dude, it's so cool. Because I've never seen any of the fucking Alien movies, and I'm not really interested in. Uh, and I'm not say a big Warhammer fan. I played the Warhammer Space Marine 1. I played Space Hulk. I'm interested maybe a little bit. I watched a little bit of Bricky on some of his explanations. I didn't really watch thoroughly, but whatever. And so I'm like, wow, I like really like the I really like Tyranids. Space Marines seem like really fun, just bulky little guys. But it doesn't help that I love fucking Spartans from Halo. It doesn't help that I fucking love what is their name? The Brother of Steel from Fallout, the just power armor in general. I fucking love power armor. Fucking heavy, bulky suits. It's great. And then I'm also looking at like fucking Near Automata, which is really funny. Just like, hi, goth girl in a short skirt. It's like, yeah, seems like a great fucking game. And then Ghost of Tsushima Director's Cut. I think that I would fucking instantly fucking snap to Ghost of Tsushima Director's Cut just because like it's a great game and system requirements ain't fucking bad. This shit ain't bad. Um, and so I'm like, damn, fucking maybe. Like maybe when it goes on sale, but like it fucking really goes on sale. So maybe there's gonna be a day where I buckle, where maybe it's today, maybe it's another fucking day, and I'm fucking gonna buckle and I just buy it. But before it goes on sale. But yeah, no, it's because usually what I like to do is I like to predict when games go on sale. This is fucking great. It's like autistic as shit where it's like, okay, this game's go on sale. Let me fucking go to SteamDB and predict. And it's like, okay, this goes on sale. I had a really weird time here, here, and here. Some games you could go on sale a lot, and you can tell, okay. But the sales I think they've gone on are mainly Steam sales. Some of their sales are not necessarily Steam sales. But like so, yeah, some of them weren't Steam sales. I could look at Steam DVR right now, but I'm just going based on memory. Some of them weren't Steam sales. But whatever. There's also GTFO. That's also another game I want to get because it is another horde shooter, online kind of like horde shooter. I think the only problem with online horde shooters is specifically GTFO is GTFO is way more fucking like you're gonna get ass fucked because you didn't play the game the way the game should be played. I don't really want to do, like it's like damn. It does go off sale. It is on sale right now. It does go off sale June 10th. Again, I should have spending this money. Not really, but there's also some of us want to get in, fucking just fucking throw shit and break shit and I'm fucking I'm googling. I'm fucking googling this shit. How or can you adjust difficulty in GTFO? No, you cannot manually adjust difficulty settings like easy, medium, hard. GTFO is the game's famously designed with one fixed difficulty, intentionally brutal and unforgiving. However, there are a few key difficulty by tiers. Organizes expeditions into rundowns. The missions are categorized by letters. A tier execution journeys the easiest, and E tier missions are incredibly difficult. If you're newer or struggling, the highly recommended to complete the alphabetical tiers in order. Story mode versus standard. Certain missions in the rundown act as a story mode, usually denoted by an orange marker. It's a game like these where it's like, because like maybe I'd be fine with it. There's some level just me want to be like a jackass and just go fucking shoot guns. I don't want to be fucking because a lot of it is team based where you don't want to. And again, you don't really want to be. I think the game is better without making the game the way I want it to be. Um, because if the game was the way I want it to be, then I think they would take a lot of its what made it good is like this is a brutal fucking game, so that you fucking feel and so you have to play as a team, you have to be fucking dedicated, you have to be strategizing, things like that. Which again, I play Deep Rock Galactic, which is a little bit more like fucking freeform. Customize the difficulty. Uh, but you have to add new things. You always have to buy fucking new things. You can't just be happy with what you have. You always gotta get those new fucking things. Can't be fucking happy. Not in this world. Not in this capitalistic world. You can't be fucking happy. You gotta be you spend money. You gotta be spending a coin, bro. You can't just be whatever you are. It's really weird. Like my CPU's only at like 1%. Like damn, barely fucking used right now. That's crazy. I think it's really funny. Randomly, because I have these open back headphones. These are the HE whatevers. Hyphen HE whatever SEs. Great planar magnetic open back headphones, especially for the price. But because I installed a new CPU and instead of doing fucking AIO like a normal person, because I'm afraid of the pump breaking and the cleaning process for fucking AIOs being a fucking whatever about it. I'm like go for the Phantom Spirit or whatever 120 mil fucking tower shot coolant. So like my fan's fucking louder. Obviously my CPU is probably gonna be hotter naturally because it's not like water or liquid is gonna be cooling a lot better. But I have it too also the on the Asus Turbo preset for fan speed. Maybe it changes out for fucking knows, but I have that so that it doesn't overheat as much, and so it stays a little bit cooler consistently. But I could play Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk requires a lot of resources. I think I could probably fucking play these games, and my computer would be fine for streaming, especially. My CPU's good enough. I'm just gonna hear, but with the going back to the back headphone thing, um, I just hear it so much. I just hear the fucking ramping of my fan so much. But like, I do have what's really funny about it is I do have like IMs. Um, which is great.
Those IEMs are great.
Dude, dude, didn't hear you pop in again, streamer mode.
I've been here for 10 minutes. That's
Okay,
crazy.
it's pretty funny. Okay, yeah, I would have not known you've been here for 10 minutes.
There's a little toggle in Discord that lets you turn streamer mode off, so it goes boom.
Yeah. I've realized that, and like I think it's funnier to be jump scared when somebody randomly joins when I'm not expecting it. But um, but these IMs do go hard. These are the Crin Ear Daybreaks. These things go hard. Showed up to my sister, my
How
brother-in-law.
much do those run?
169, I believe, so around 170.
Ooh.
Yeah, those are a little more expensive. I have some in my main bag that I use, which are the Moondrop areas, which new go for around 100. I got a pair on eBay for 70. Then I have these Moondrop Maze are not being sold anymore, but I love these Moondrop Maze. These
Hmm.
ones went for around 70 as well. So these went 70 new, 80 new. I don't exactly remember. I think I got them from 70 new. But I think they discontinued them because the DSP cable that came with them was unreliable to say the least. But yeah, I love these things, and it's funny because like I have the computer to like if I want to like actually hear that fan less, I could just use these things, but I fucking don't. Because again, I also like using headphones as well. I love audio, and so like there's sometimes where I use the fucking IEMs, but not all the time. How do you like my new webcam?
I
Yeah,
saw that you were dinking around with the focus on it a little bit ago.
yeah,
Um,
I yeah was doing that a little bit.
it's nice. The color balance is very warm. I like it.
Yeah, it's better than this little
Crispy.
thing. This thing, you know, for finding it at a garage was better than I expected, but I much prefer this little guy up here. But it's also a funner little camera to look at than this thing. It's a little square, bigger camera thing, and fucking know how to explain that. It's magnetic too, so I could just fucking wait 1 second, take you from the stand. But it also has its
Good
own.
morning, Master Carrig.
Oh, I didn't even.
Listen, we're all a little envious of his hair. Look how it's swooshed.
It's funny to think about like hair. I remember when I had long hair. Good morning, by the way. But it's funny when I had long hair, there was a old lady at a store who was like, "I love your hair," and it's just like, because it was pretty long, like even past year is great. On my YouTube channel is actually really funny because there was actually one video with that length of hair. But good morning. It's funny to think that like, because it's very much morning for you there, Darman.
It
Less
is.
less
I
of a
really
morning for
shouldn't be
me.
here right now.
Yeah, but little bit less of a morning for me, I will say. It's still 3 a.m.
I don't know. That's pretty morning.
Oh, where are we from? We're from two different states. I'm currently in New Mexico, so it's 3 a.m. for me, and my friend Darman is in the East Coast, and so it's 5 for him. S-
New York.
It's in New York. What is this song with the It's these concrete jungle, whatever. Uh, yeah. Never been New York or New Mexico. Because honestly, New York makes sense because some level of maybe the money to get there. It's a place that makes sense for people to go. On the next trip to the U.S., I have Carolinas and Tennessee. Okay,
Ooh,
on the
he's
map.
going to the south.
Yeah. Okay, so it sounds like you're from a different country, which makes a lot of sense. I'm streaming quite late. Are you from a? Oh, okay, from Poland.
From Pol.
Yeah, it's great
Which
experience
part
for
of
Poland.
Poland? The you know what? I shouldn't stir trouble right now.
Yeah,
It's
you
not.
could. You. It's funny because I don't know much about Poland, so I'd just be left in the dust.
Oh man, I could tell you. He said, "Do it. I'll call you names that you can't use. You liberal American. You. We're we're free in Poland for the most part."
What's really funny about that is like I'm willing like I there's some regions in the world that I can generally talk about just because I think it's funny. Like, oh, are you North Indian or South Indian? And like if they say North Indian, you're like, oh, okay, so you're one of those people. You're like, what is that supposed to mean? They're like, what is that
uh,
supposed to mean? Because like, there's a lot of different
does
things with
that mean they're like a Pravesh or a Patel? If they're usually from like the north?
um kind of. So the North generally has a lot more issues with when it comes to a lot of like extreme use of like politics in or extreme use of religion in politics, and they seem to be more disrespectful. And kind of the joke is in the South there are a lot less. There's a lot more freedom with religion. And there are all kumbaya together, but it's mainly a joke. But there's mainly a joke for me, but it's a real thing there. But yeah, Lenin or Sack base.
Fun fact: Poland buys an unusual amount of ordnance from the United States. Y'all bought like so many aircraft.
Is
What
it
you doing over there, Poland?
is it
What you
unusual?
doing?
Because like, 'cause the thing is, like, that's where a lot of the U.S. gets a lot of
Okay,
their other money.
it
But
it
like,
it's unusual because it's Poland itself and not the other NATO factions that are in that part of Europe. Um,
mm,
it's specifically the amount of money that Poland itself has specifically invested for their own country, not in the NATO like paramilitary.
yeah, which I think is may is. Do you think it's also because its location very very close to Russia?
Oh, that was so during the start. I say the start. I mean, it goes back to Obama era actually.
Hmm.
They were one of the first people to buy some of the T6 trainers from like Beechcraft. Um, yeah, the Baltic countries and the Balkans are a unique spot because of their proximity to Russia and
Hmm.
also some of the people who like succeeded through power over time having certain proclivities. I mean, the world is bananas right now.
Yeah, I
It's hard to make any
I,
sort of blanket statement.
I don't yeah I don't disagree with the West Europe being kind of bananas, but I think it's part of the problem is going through new situations and having to adapt to them is a very hard thing to do. And so I think even though like social media has been here for obviously well over a decade now, I think that like its effect on maybe extremism on politics I think could be a reason why or like why we're having maybe trouble or maybe it's just other effects, but yeah.
I think to that point because of the so post apocalypse algorithms and social media influences rewarded more explosive behavior.
Hmm.
That behavior was rewarded and people have just kind of fallen track and file with that.
Yeah.
That's what gave way to like Logan Paul, Jake Paul, um, even Destiny, Ben Shapiro, uh, Charlie Kirk with Turning Point. Just the just making insane claims. A lot of so I mean between Gamergate and Adpocalypse in 2015, 2016, which kind of rides off of the Gamergate riff. And we're seeing now, post hoc through like the Epstein files, how some of that shit has been engineered
Yeah.
by the elite class. Um, some of it was engineered, some of it was intentionally baited, but
Hmm.
it's honestly, this whole, we're having decades happen in days. Every day it's a new news story.
Yeah. But I'm waiting for the apocalypse. Be better prepared for the world of nothing than a world of everything. Yeah. Epstein Files is not going down because they're running the world. Yeah. Yeah.
So
It's
I mean, there's there's already been a large number of, I can't say a large number. There's been at least 5 different people in the EU who have been removed from their positions of power, between the former Prince Andrew. Um, there was the, I want to say, the president of Finland, or a former president of Finland, as well as several business people.
yeah.
We are seeing some of the effects of the Epstein fallout, and it
Yeah.
is making a difference. Picked scapegoats, sure, absolutely. I mean, here's the problem: is that it's fun to dive into conspiracy. It's a whole nother thing to actually have a real discussion about real tactics and underhanded dog shit that we know that politicians are capable of doing. I was just having a conversation with my wife about this. Like, there is a line of people waiting to die for any country, for any reason. Yeah, correct. We're not in the
Yeah.
circle, right? And there are these other people who have exposure to the circle that are setting up their families by going into these, hey, you're not coming out situations. That's what I believe happened to Charlie Kirk. I believe Charlie Kirk was set up to die as a martyr for MAGA. Um, just because of like a lot of circumstantial evidence, a lot of the immediate reaction from so many different communities on the conservative side. Um, trying that all these voices that were too unified saying the exact same thing.
Hmm.
Um, and that's not by accident. That they phrase, type font down to punctuation the same damn things.
Yeah.
Um, I don't think it was. I think it has less to do with Israel and
Hmm.
more to do with MAGA needed a. So there is a thing that Candace Owens and the producer of the podcast came out. They both were saying some shit, but like, that's circumstantial. It is more it is more likely that that was probably on the list of reasons why, sure, but that was not like the reason. I think the primary reason was to whip up conservative Christians to say, look, there are people killing us in the United States for what we believe. And it worked. The amount of division it has brought on, and the way it has emboldened people to act in their communities and act around. I mean, it's what has given so many people carte blanche license to attack and like physically attack. Maybe children 2080 will know. I
Yeah.
mean, it's more likely the children of 2280 will know, right? Because we're even today we're learning stuff about our American Civil War. We're still finding diaries from locked up Confederate closets. Um, we're still finding out how badly African American people were treated, how slaves, the Irish. I mean, sure,
Yeah, we are.
but like,
Yeah, we
there's a
still
difference
are. Yeah.
between bombed by misinformation and there is a difference. There's one thing about misinformation, right? Because that's how totalitarianism cements itself. Because it pervades that it is the ultimate truth. I am the one that is in the position of power because I have privileged information and truth. Um, and so there's a lot of misinformation that is very easy to sort through, very easy, because we have encyclopedias now. Like we still have old encyclopedias that we can refer to, and unless there are primary sources, and when I mean primary sources, I'm talking about photographs, I'm talking about diaries, I'm talking about witness reports, I'm talking about audio recordings, film. I think I said photographs. Like
Yeah.
all those things come together to be primary information. And so in this digital age, what there is more concern about is who is where are people receiving that information. um you're not gonna like this, Carrig, but that is how language works. Good job, you figured out
Yeah.
how language works.
Well, I
um
would also like I like to add to like people change the meaning of the words. It's also like a big reason why a lot of people use even like
he's
some
about to he's about to hit us with the there's two genders. He's about to hit us with it. It's in the playbook. It's in the playbook.
no, but what's really funny about it because it's also like the biggest problem that we have is that like it isn't because like there's some information we have out there, and part of the problem is we don't always cut through it as an individual ourselves, and so like how like even words being changed, um or the meanings of the words being changed to fit the narrative or fit ideas to help reality go in people's shifted areas. It was really funny about it is that like if we sift through our own information, we might find a more clean sense instead of because there's a lot of people trying to manipulate because like if you look at historical things we can probably bring up historical events and manipulate or words or maybe even let's say like what news does now is that like they'll bring up things and then they will maybe say certain things in certain um with certain connotations, and so if it has a negative connotation they'll try to make people feel a certain way about a subject, and so it makes people feel a certain way. But even if we look back on those things, there's been some people who I've met who will sit down, and this is really weird, who will sit down and they'll have the same solid level of information but still disagree, which is interesting. Which is again is just more of a disagreement on what the solution is. But a lot of the time I see is most people aren't discussing the solid information and disagreeing where you want to go. Um, these people are disagreeing on something that was fed to them where the meaning was changed. And because like I think like because the thing is like the amount of time it would take for us to sift through all of the information about every single subject, about every single thing that passed, about every single context that leads into what, let's say if we want to break something we're talking about now into, okay, the Civil War, how much can we break into that? Okay, how much led into the Civil War, and then how much can we go behind that history wise? How much can we go in the other directions? Like it wouldn't be enough time. We wouldn't have enough like brain power. It'd be like too much.
Well, and if I can cut in,
Yeah, yeah, you can.
the biggest problem is not that people are changing reality. It's that people are so deeply unaware and disconnected from reality that they allow labels to history is written by anybody who can read it.
Yeah.
And that's where education, where I'm about to hit, is so important. People are so disconnected from reality and the critical thinking skills to embrace the platonic values, the virtues of anything.
Hmm.
The fact that your reality can be changed with a handful of word choices just goes to show how badly global education is, because instead of looking at the sky and saying it's blue, I can say that it's purple. That is, I can say that it is purple because as long as we all understand that I'm still talking about the sky, the word I choose to use, the Gehusenflort, is my favorite. Um, I can hold up a coin, right, and say, "Here, I give you this Gehusenflort." And if I use Gehusenflort enough, you are going to conflate the Gehusenflort for being a coin, when in reality, it's just a piece of metal that has been stamped.
Yeah.
That's it. So the words we use matters so much less than the intrinsic properties of the thing.
Mhm. Yeah. Which I think is fair, and I'm gonna go kind of the idea of the history is written by the winners. This is actually really funny, and I think the correction by or by propaganda I think is really good because what is really this is a side tangent to that part. What's really funny about it is it reminds me how much we are in the United States. How I remember in elementary school, middle school, how much we know how bad Germany was during World War II, and then after a while, like in school, we still don't know. Like we learned about the Sino-Japanese War. We learned about what some of the things the Japanese did in Korea, but like in comparison to like every single thing I've seen the Germans do to, um, whether it be the Russians, um the just people who disagreed with them and the Jews, I like there's been like way less on like the Japanese, which I think is really funny. It's like somehow like, escaped with, and there's probably different historical reasons I have not learned just yet of why they were able to escape with just getting away with every single thing they did to China and Korea, which again we know about it nowadays because it's it's public information on the internet, but it's still not taught to us directly. So people don't want us to use for a coin or bad. It just is neutral, no positive or negative. But let's see. But
Because the point, the play is not the thing, is a phrase used by Shakespeare to show that things are things are what they are, and sometimes the deeper reality is not. No, maybe my tone, my intonation, right? Like how I said it. I kind of said it a little angry, a little sharp, a little terse. And I don't mean to give it that negative connotation when I spin it that way. It's more of my bleeding flesh frustration with people on the whole. Um, uh, but the when I say the play is not the thing, but the play is the thing, it's about the representation. It's about yeah, and that's exactly like you said, right? Like we can use language. There are certain linguistic tricks that we can use to manipulate how people perceive a topic, or you know, injecting into the conversation the power of suggestion just by the basic words that we use. Um, and sometimes it's that manipulation is the absence of words as well. You know, choosing to highlight specific elements and framing them. The way I view language and headlines for the news is that it is like a dice, right? Uh, a six-sided die for playing backgammon, or uh, I mean, it like it. That is how archetypes work. But the way language works is you can only see a certain amount of information about the die. You know that it's six sided, but if I present to you the side that shows 3, 2, and 1, you can't see 4, 5, 6 if I point it at a triangulation. And so that is the way I view the world is you cannot see certain elements until you rotate them, until you actually dig, touch, and feel that the die is made up of one substance or another. Is it metallic? Is it plastic? Is it resin? You won't know until you do that investigation. And there's a process to learning how to do that. And that is how many, many of the people of the last 60 years just have no idea how to run through that.
I think it's also part of the problem is that like many people just don't want to really try. Like they're not aware of the fact that they just run with the fact that hey, this is the side of the dice that I see, and they're willing to take the description of the dice and like they don't need to see it. They just want to run with it because it follows their sense of narrative as well, which doesn't help. So when you have a population, and this is a really funny thing because I was having a conversation with one of my friends, and he was kind of joking about how like um how it's hard to have a democracy or a republic when you know that there are people who are willing to just run with a narrative and are unwilling to admit that that narrative could have problems, but they're unwilling to look at and observe those problems. And that's one of the biggest problem that that I have is that like it's sorry, you're gonna say something?
No, I'm typing.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay, no, you're good. But like there's a lot of times where I see Han Poland we have two yeah, there's all around in Poland you two both are different places, but both from different places. Oh, okay. But kind of going back to the thing is that like oftentimes we have um these different situations where they're unwilling
Master
to.
Cleo. I got a dip. Love you.
All
Bye.
right, but but yeah, they're listening to propaganda TVs. Yeah, it's really weird because they're willing to just sit there, consume, and you can tell them, hey, like there's this XYZ context to the situation. Because the thing is that like a lot of people, like it's so funny how funny they see the world. It really is funny how funny some of these people see the world. Where like and I don't know like how they don't believe themselves that maybe like there's more to it than just what news channel I'm watching or what social media thing because nowadays it isn't just news channels. It's like what TikTok am I watching? Yeah, like they never stop to think, hey, maybe I'm stupid or wrong. Because like that's kind of like it's really funny because like that's what I do a lot. Is that like sometimes I have to ask myself, because I might be wrong. Because I like to observe what have I researched, what have I not. Where can I be more wrong? Even if I know more on the subject than these other things, maybe I could be wrong. Dunning Kruger was a there's a Dunning Kruger is now known. The two names they're now synonymous with the discovery of the confidence level with the small level of information we have. We are more confident. We become extremely confident with a small amount of information or skill, and then over time we get more. We become less confident. But it's really funny to think about like how a lot of people are stuck in this area of like this is our reality without pushing back, being like, actually, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. And they don't even because I guess you can do like one test for yourself, and it's kind of what I like to do sometimes is that like okay, if some news channel is teaching me something, how like what are the building blocks of this, and would I be able to come to the conclusion that this news source, this YouTube channel is giving me this conclusion that they're already feeding me? Can I come to that conclusion with the information they are giving? And how much information does it seem like they're lacking? Because if let's say if they're talking about history, let me see, yeah, some aspect in life stuck in thinking and it's hard to get out. Yeah, it is hard to get out, and that's kind of part of my problem is I think way too much, which then I get stuck in the thought instead of doing anything about it. But um, going back to the kind of I guess sparsing information out would be like sometimes when you're sitting with that content, like let's say history wise, you can look at um, a history of a country. Um, let's see. Kind of scared and it's Twitch. I can speak. Yeah. Yeah. Which is nice. I think being able to like it's nice to have an area to where you're able to speak your mind. I'm not sure this is what you might be inferring to, but being able to speak your mind and be able to say these are the things I've noticed and having an area to like get your thoughts of like because sometimes like there's places where you don't feel safe. And I remember talking to a friend from Canada and they were saying like, hey, like some of these people in the area where they're in Canada are very much, very like MAGA Republican, which is really funny. They're like they wanted to be taken over by the United States, and they were like, it's hard to talk to people because you don't know who is going to agree with the idea that the United States should have Canada. And it's like, because like you might want to share your ideas, but then they might just mull you out of maybe certain job positions or some of these other things. So maybe it's hard to speak about these certain topics. And so all they do is just think because they're not able to have a maybe cohesive thought with other individuals um, because of where they've been, I say tricked into, but where they've been pushed into through uh, kind of life, I guess. Um, but kind of going back to the history thing is that like if you look at like a historical thing, if someone wants to convince me that this historical thing happened, and every person has different set of morals. Yeah, um, which I think, which is very fun going to this part where every person has a different set of morals. Um, I think that's what you really weird thing because like part of the moral thing is where sometimes it leads people into different directions, and this is where I like to just try to humble myself and try to be as accepting to as many people as possible. Is it Yeah, we're just aligning somewhere between, yeah. But like when I try to be as humble as possible when it comes to people is that like I want to understand like, if somebody has a differing opinion from me, it is not because they are a bad person, just because their moral ground of where what they believe is going to help the world is different from mine. Which doesn't help for some people, and for other people, it's like yes, that might be the case. They might think that X, Y, or Z is going to help people, but the reality of the situation, they could just be naive to the ways the world works, which happens all the time. But because like when people are like, oh, like like I would say, let's say like when people talk about let's say gay marriage, a lot of people are like, gay marriage is bad. It's gonna ruin whatever. And it's like, are you crazy? What is it ruining? Like I don't know what people are like saying is ruining. And so it's like I obviously think in that sort of sense that people are, um, and again, because what I like to say, even though I think I'm absolutely correct in the circumstance, I will say maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it is ruining something that I just don't see. But I feel way more confident saying that I don't think gay marriage is ruining anything. I think it's giving more, especially people rights, giving more people availability that straight people were given. So it's like why would you take away rights from somebody from based on their sexuality? So giving them those rights, having more free, let's say United States is like giving them the rights. So it's like um, taxes are affected by having a spouse. So it's like if you're gay, it's like oh you wouldn't get those tax benefits from being married, but yeah. Yeah, maybe I'm wrong. Consequences will come later. Tough love. Yeah, it's yeah. That's kind of where the I think the reality of the world is that like I think this is where I don't always Aliens will come. That's what I'm saying. It's like what if we're both wrong? And this is one of the biggest problems I have. Is there's a reason why I'm not always talking about more political based things, and I do like to talk around these things, but it's because I don't do, especially in comparison to Darman, the fellow who is here. I don't do as much research when it comes to world politics and current events, just because when I did, I kind of didn't like myself when I was. But uh, yeah, what do you argue over things? We're it's aliens. There's the Matrix. Where there could be something so grand. It could even, which is really funny. It could even go to the point of where, like, joking about it, but like, what if there is the Illuminati theoretically that is controlling the state of the world in which they want to control? They're really the ones in control, whatever. Which I don't necessarily fully believe in, but again, it could be true. Like, just imagine, like, our all of our opinions are for nothing because it doesn't matter what our opinions are; they are fed to us by some thing that is beyond our control, beyond these opinions, and will supersede our ability to control these opinions, to control the world through our opinions. But okay, so I won't say you're a nut job because the thing is that, like, again, one of my friends who's talking about it, like, he believes that, and I don't necessarily disbelieve it. I don't think it's not a thing. It just it's one of the things I'm more skeptical on, and I'm less willing to say this is a thing or this is not a thing. But that's also because I like, the best phrase for is pussyfooting around. I'm a very big fence sitter, so I don't really want, because, like, am I willing to say that there's no shadow government? I'm not willing to say that, but am I willing to say there is one? Also not willing to say that. Um, but it just comes back down to the thing is, like, I don't do enough research anymore about the world, about knowing these things to want to make a solid opinion to then give to other people. Politicians are actors to keep our minds busy. At some point in time, even if there isn't a full shadow government, there is indications of things like that where, like, politicians, like, even if there wasn't a shadow government that's actually controlling everything, even if the enclave from Fallout isn't true, um, like, they're, like, legitimately, we know that certain things that Trump has said, they're outwardly very bombastic, might not be the word, but very eye-catching, are so that he can kind of push a little things that are less seen by the public, because, like, it's a bit easier to see. It's like, oh, look at these things we're talking about over here. Oh, look at these things while they're doing things in the background. Like, for a time, we got so interested, in the Epstein files, and are we going to start, doing any, like, are we going to start just investigating people? For a time, the FBI was thinking that they were co-conspirators. Or we were talking about for so much. It's, what were they doing in the background? But Brandon Sanderson. I have not read Brandon Sanderson, but let me. I'm gonna look that up. Brandon Sanderson, because I recognize that name. Or maybe I'm tricking myself into recognizing the name. Brandon Sanderson, an American author of fantasy, science fiction, and youth. He's known for his, includes popular. Okay, so he's just a fiction author. Okay. Muslim. If I don't participate, they knew. Sorry for my English, but I'm so excited to talk about this. Yeah, no, you're good. Oh, yeah, I am a big Freerun fan, but yeah, but your English is fine. I think that I've talked to a couple of people from other countries where sometimes English is not their first language, or they struggle with English. It, it makes sometimes, like, understanding me or me understanding you a little bit harder. But honestly, I think it's perfectly fine. Talking about these things are honestly really fun. But I am a big fan of Freerun. Oh yeah, because you can kind of see the Freerun there. There's also, like, I currently have like 11 things of Freerun, but sorry to get I can go a little more back on topic before I completely go crazy off this, but kind of going back into the way that like even if there isn't a shadow government, even if these other things, people will still do these things to distract us. Just the dude that went silent. Um. Oh, the other guy in call. He had to go to bed. It is early. Yeah. But yeah, no. He had to go to bed. He has work, but he works at weird times, so it's hard to say what time it is. Because like right now, it is for I'm not sure if you use the 24-hour clock, so it's oh th- um 03:44, and so he goes to work at around I think 12, and then till I think he gets off at 2300. I don't remember exactly where when he gets off, but he goes to work late and whatever. But going back to the um the shadow government thing, it's like even if they don't exist, even if it isn't a thing, I've definitely noticed that they will try to make you observe something else, and it's just what we all do. Is that like it's a great thing to happen. Is especially here in the United States, it's like when's the last time we got involved in local politics? There's so many people who know about national politics, but we like there's so many people also just who are so blindsided by like national like oh this person did this thing and we don't get involved in like okay who's going to be our mayor, who's going to be our governor. But listen to talk from with from okay, let's see WEF. Let me see if I can. World Economic Forum. Uh, let's see. Let's see. World Economic Forum. Is that the name? We're agreeing to killing our freedom by name of security. Oh, okay. We are. Oh, is that the name of it? We are going to kill our freedom by name of security. Let me see. It'd be funny if I'm just being confused. It does not have an authority to make laws or. Let's see. Destroying freedom. Let me see if it's on YouTube. Let me go to streaming YouTube. We're just not going to talk about my music for the my desktop background music. Let's see. We must prepare for angrier world. I think famous quote from. Okay. Yeah. Is did you already type the title? Is the we are slowly cooked the title or that's the that's was why oh was yours okay. Let's see. Very good. Being drunk, it's not bad. I'm not a big fan of being drunk, but it's perfectly fine. sometimes we talk to chill. I will take some of it, not say super seriously, but it's more of like even if you're drunk, there's some semblance of your emotions coming out and displaying it, and there's gonna be probably even things that uh we as people say. It's like, what is it? Marcus Aurelius says, don't just, I forget exactly the quote, but he was like, you can listen to the words of somebody who might not say it's sophisticated, but just because it's not sophisticated, or just because it doesn't seem correct, can still be truthful, or can still be helpful or whatever. But uh, yeah, side tangent, a little bit being drunk is funny because I am of legal drinking age in the United States, and I just was like, not, I didn't care about drinking for a time. And then one day I was like, I'm just gonna drink. I got pretty drunk for first time drinking, and then I'm like, you know what? It's not too worth it. I would prefer not to do that, mainly because all I felt was just way more. Whoa, I am not walking in a straight line. A day and drunk by every second I'm talking to you. Yeah, yeah. Honestly, yeah, no, I being yeah, it's hard because like drinking does just help you just fucking relax and say things that like normally not before. I think that's what's really funny about it is that like I am pretty introverted, and also I love talking to people, but that mainly it's being like my friends or things like that. But then like I myself am extremely just like, how do I talk to people? I don't actually end up engaging with people, and so I think drinking also helps people engage. But I think I'm a little too aware while drinking. I was joking where it's like, maybe I should get blackout drunk. Maybe I should get super wasted. But I'm like, I don't want to bother you with my thoughts. Yeah, that's kind of the process I go through. It's like, um, usually that's kind of what's really funny. That's kind of like why I stream a little bit. Is that it gives me the ability just to be like, you know what? Because like before you're active here, and before the fellow joined in the call, um, I'm oftentimes just yapping to nobody. Yeah, yeah, nobody's watching me most of the time, so I'm just like, I just say my thoughts, and it's really nice. Yeah, some random type, but it's safe. Yeah, yeah, yeah. In that sort of sense, I just like, yeah, it's great because sometimes some people will join in, some people won't. I upload some YouTube videos, usually doesn't get that many views, whatever. But it's funny because sometimes it does. There's not that many views, it's just like nine, but 9 whole views, and one of them is me just trying to like figure out points and where I can edit. But my cam burnt. That was the sign. Yeah, yeah. No, that's kind of part of the thing with streaming is that like it could be a hobby. Like currently I'm in hobby status, just casually talking. But at some level, I've been like studying to grow. Like I've been doing research and research. AK, I've just been watching people and be like, oh, how does this person get famous, or whatever. But nothing super sophisticated. But I want to make it a hobby, but also part of the hobby for me is like what makes people grow, what makes people go from where I am to where somebody else is. Thank you. I do appreciate that. I've been told a little bit about that when before I cut my hair. They were like, "You need to cut your hair." Thank you. I'm a little congested. I was sick, so you can like a little more nasally than before. I can even hear it a little bit, but I'm getting a little bit better. This is more my normal voice now, but yeah, I'm just having to figure out how to be as entertaining um as like other people will be. So that's where I have to be, is like how to engage with a bunch of different people, how to be entertaining. And so like I for this past 2 hours and 14 minutes I've been talking for at least most of it. Um some of it being Darman just talking, I'm just like sitting and listening. But so I know how to at least continue talking for 2 hours, but Try to stream your boring side and see. Like right now, stream my boring side, or or would this be like later on or in a different time? Because like I guess there's some level of like the fact that like it was really funny. Back in 2019, I streamed Warframe actually. Warframe, and it cooked my old laptop. Didn't I remember when you could just get Twitch viewers out of nowhere during that time? Okay, yeah, some of these will love you when you cook. Yeah, I think it's funny because I think that for one of the jobs the most recent job that I worked, part of it was cooking for the people I was working for. So I worked for developmentally disabled people, and so I had to make food for them. And like it'd be great if like the cooking I learned was like cool cooking. It was just more of like it was the most cook struggle food, poor food. Like you get the most random. You get like instant rice, which is really funny because you could have gotten the company could have got a rice maker, but they didn't. You were checking the box for the right for the right what I think that like at some level, yeah. Uh, I just have to get myself out there, which is part of the problem. Where um, and it's really funny because I don't really care for dating apps, and I don't think that, especially in the area where I live, is not very good for dating apps. Like in New Mexico, there is the main city in New Mexico, um, which because it's in the United States, it has a little bit better than other countries. I'm not sure how bad some of these other ones are, but but oh, okay, yeah, yeah. No, they are. It feels like it is a scam. Genuinely, every single like the time I've used them, every single time I hop on, it felt like a scam because like I would not get any person to uh, let's see, held a message for a reason. I'm just okay. Okay, there. Twitch Automon was protecting that, but only turns around to me, which is interesting because like I'm not against that for myself, which I think I know why other people are. Um, I'm personally not, but it is really weird because like this the weird thing for me is that like the only people who I would match with would do the same thing. Mm, yeah, but it it's it's a really weird thing because like even just past that, like a lot of just there's not a lot of women on dating apps that are well, in my experience, the women that I've been matched with um were OnlyFans creators, which is really funny. Because what they're trying to do is they're just trying to say advertise like, hey, you should join my OnlyFans. I'm not going to join your OnlyFans. Leave me alone. But it is really messed up here in the United States. In some areas it's worse, some areas it's better. But so I actually have to actually go out in public and talk to people. But yeah, is it different in other countries? Is dating apps better? Because I think there's some level I would assume that maybe it's the same for every place, but maybe it isn't as bad. They're just crushing you by height. Mm, yeah, yeah. That's part of where that's part of where a lot of things are. Where it's like the height thing, which is really weird because I think I'm a weird like I'm not like 6 foot or I don't actually don't know what that'd be meter. I'm like five. So I'm like 5'10", 5'11" feet 2 centimeters. Let's see. I am 155 centimeters. And so what's really funny about that is that like not 5'1", higher than that. 5'10". Yeah, no, wait, what? Oh, 5.1. Yeah, 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 no, no, which is 5 feet. 5 feet and 10 inches, which is holy. I can't know how to read. Women are just put yeah. Put yeah. Let's see. Oh yeah, in real life, it's really funny because like I would have thought that me going up to random people would have way less success, which surprisingly has gotten me way more success. I just don't do it. But yeah, okay. Let's see. Let's see. One. Okay. Okay. So there 5. Let's see. Uh, 2 inches. Let's do because I am. Let's see. 5. So that's. I should do all these calculations. Yeah. Okay. 5'7". Yeah. Let me see the height wise because I'm definitely not. I'm like 5'10", but I don't know why I can't like mentally calculate this. It's 5 times 12, so 60. It's around just 70 inches. Yeah. I'm. Uh. Let's see. Yeah. So I'm around 5'10", and it's like 7177.8, so around that. Yeah. It's also really weird because like I think the people who I've actually had dates with who are on dating apps are the strangest people. Um, I'm sure when I go out on what are the stores, somebody will like me in real life. Yeah. Honestly, yeah. No, that's kind of one of those cases where maybe if like maybe because that's kind of where I leave the house and go some places because maybe some people like me in real life, which does happen a bit more, but it's weird because again the dating apps like I've used in the dates I went on for every single person I've went on a date with, they are the strangest person, and maybe I'm a part of 'em, maybe I'm part of the strangeness, but man, they are absolutely weird. This one, she like we went on a date. I was like, okay, date. I was like, hey, I'm not feeling it, and she got super. She was like, I thought I told you. I was looking for somebody. And I was like, yeah, we went on one date. I didn't say we're perfect for each other. Let's get married. I said, let's go on one date. We went on one date. And she was like, this is where it is supposed to be. But that's why I like more people in real life. I don't know. I think I get the really, really desperate people on dating apps, which is like, I'm fine with desperate. Hey, I'm a little desperate myself. But like some people, some people are a little more desperate than that. Yeah, thank you. I think the reason why I get some of the more desperate people is because of the fact that um, I think it's because I don't know how to make a good dating app profile, and that's why. Because like part of it, pictures are okay. Part of it is um, everything else I don't really care about. Some of the descriptions, I just like put random things in, like when they ask questions. So I don't really optimize that, and so that's what I've been told, which is really funny by every single person that I've met on the dating app was like, whoa. Like, I'm surprised you matched with me or whatever. And I'm like, okay, but which is a really weird thing. I think it's just maybe if I learned to optimize it, I think I'd get more hits on dating apps. But I still again much prefer to meet people in real life. It gives me a barrier of being able to interact with them in ways that I can control a bit better. Like there's yeah, life would be easier if we could breed by yeah, life would be easier. It would be easier. It would also just be so much easier if we were able just to connect way more subconsciously, just like all of a sudden, just our subconsciouses read each other and just like, you know what, these are people I'm gonna be friends with. You first see them, connect, but instead we actually have to talk to these people to connect with them. But because like there's a method I use to try to like fish people out to see if I can talk to them, and some of it is what I do is I will uh do this kind of like eye game where it's like I'll look at them, smile a little bit, look at them, and it's all like pre-thought about because I don't socially smile, which is really funny. Um, it is one of those things in my autism diagnosis that like you do not socially smile. You smile when things are funny, but blue steel look. Let me see. Be funny if I'm like, oh the. All right, I think I can do it. The blue. Okay, I had to look it up again for Zoolander, but yeah, no, but yeah, in person, it's so much easier. But yeah, no, what I do is I don't actually give the blue steel look, but I do like this kind of like I do a little bit of that, a little bit of like smiles, and then and then depending on how they interact with the smiles, I still kind of like ask them or talk to them. Most of the time, like I already can predict it before, so if they continue starting back, sometimes they're into it. But which has happened a couple times. There's been a lot more times where like I could tell like oh nope they're definitely avoiding eye contact. I think because they know, and so every single time I ask that those people are like yep no they're in a relationship. So that's another big thing is that like and yes, people are in person. There's a lot of people who are in relationships, and so it's like, well, there's just gonna be a lot of people who might not be interested in you, and there's gonna be a lot of people who are in relationships. But that's why you gotta hit them with the looks, just to actually figure out if these people are chilling. But it, it's hard because people interacting with people is like in public, because unless you have a thing to co-op in experience with. So unless you're both working on a project in school, or unless you're both um, doing a hobby together, so whether it's like let's say some people are in MMA together, unless you're both doing a action together, it is hard for you to start the conversation with them. So how do you start the conversation with them? Especially in really weird places, because like I don't do a lot of hobby actions outside the house. Like I'll play Magic the Gathering, but I don't really do that. And oftentimes they're the people there like usually, they're already in a relationship, things like that. Living in the online spaces. Yeah, it really does. It really does kill confidence because because the problem is that I think it's a really perfect person. I watch a lot of Dr. K, and he says this really well. He's like, it's crazy to think about. Most people are average looking. Why? Because that's how average looking works. Is that like if people were always good looking, then the average would be good looking, and would people stop being good looking essentially. But like usually most people in this world are average looking, and when you look on the internet so much, it's these people are so crazy looking, and it's like, how are these people this good looking? It's because you know, TikTok is like, wow, we're TikTok, Instagram, these other things are feeding you more and more people who are good looking. Um, it's the same thing when I was kind of talking this to a couple people when it comes to a lot of the weightlifting community, a lot of these bodybuilders, like these people who are using dude are going on TikTok. Um, is it like, are you saying, am I going on TikTok to find people, or am I, dudes are going on TikTok? Um, there are people who are going. I'm not sure the context of they going on TikTok, but they're going on to TikTok, and when they look on TikTok, or like people who the guys are on TikTok or even the girls on TikTok, they're usually just way better looking than the average, or better looking at least. Maybe not say way, but they're better average looking than, and it's just hard. Yeah, TikTok is unhinged. TikTok does really choose some crazy level because the short form content is really special. Um, you just get random, really random random catches of just videos and people doing some crazy things. Like the guy who prints out a lot of prints of anime characters and VTubers. That guy, like, who does that? Yeah, it is just the modern way of living, I guess. Um, but kind of going on to the weird topic of the bodybuilding thing again, because I'm super distracted and focused on that, is there's a lot of guys who be fake natty. You should have 2,000 viewers. Thank you. I do appreciate that. You know, I've been a little bit because like obviously when you stream to nobody, it's kind of like you lose a little confidence. But I do appreciate you saying that. Yeah. It's funny because like I'm not like because there's a lot of people who. Yeah, there's a lot of people who are insane and will go on TikTok and will be, or like people like Aisha Speed or Kai Cenat, where they're way more energized. They're kind of always on antics, and they're really good for clip farming. While I myself am like not like I definitely have ADHD. I definitely have that mental of just constantly thinking, but I do not have that level of like crazy will do my antics, will like scream, shout, and have fireworks in my room. Cannot do that. But I will say I am working on a seeing to get more viewers because I don't because like what I'm trying to figure out is that I wonder if it's a level of maybe I need to advertise myself a bit more, um, but don't really know. I don't know if it's about advertising myself a bit more because I do make a couple of short form style content just for um like YouTube, but it's not necessarily particularly good. It's more of just I make it for the just to advertise myself a bit. But you see, but getting back to the guys who will be fake natties, the fake natties are crazy because like you go from like people who work out to where it's like, guys, I'm a natty, and you look at Hussein Farhat, which I remember his name now, and it's like you spent 3 years and you got there, like 3 years, and you're he's like, like maybe, but like I can't believe it. There's been a couple of other fake natties who've been kind of exposed, or I forgot the one. There's this one 17-year-old who went to the hospital for using a dirty needle for his anabolic steroids, and he ended up was like, yeah, guys, I was a fake natty because my my body dysmorphia or whatever, and so he wanted to be a fake natty, and so like we are so much to the point of progressing on the internet to where like do you want to feel strong? Well, you better be super big. Yeah, it's hard because like this guy's like 'cause I'm somebody who works out, and like it's weird because because of what they're doing, I slowly feel just this. Yeah, the stops. Just like I slowly feel this sense of like, am I big enough? And I realize that like I haven't gotten too far into that, so I'm like, yeah, I'm good. I don't need to get bigger. But like, man, yeah, those guys are the Hussein Farhat just crazy to look at. Hussein Farhat, some of these other people, but. It's like I don't mind people using steroids. I don't mind people using these things to grow their sense of things. You know, it's not safe, but they're hurting their bodies in the long run. But in a sort of sense, it's like I'm not your parental figure. I'm not gonna stop you. But claiming that you're natural because it gets you more views, lying to people is such blatantly, yeah, when they're starting, yeah. Yeah, your choice. Yeah, it's like your choice, but don't lie about it to get more views. Like, and the problem is that that's how they do it. It's like, how do they get that platform? How? Because the thing is, like, let's say me, somebody who's been working out since around, like, I've technically been working out for 7 years. Not very well. Um, I've been like obviously a lot of it was in like high school, so a lot of it was inconsistent. Once a week to 3 times a week, a lot of times where I'd like even like take breaks for a month. And like I have no area on the on YouTube because I also don't do bulks. I have no mainstay on YouTube. Same with dating, you have a my fans say straightforward. Yeah. Yeah. But it was funny for a time I was joking about creating OnlyFans. But I definitely don't I will not create OnlyFans. And it's something I will not do. But yeah, like I don't know. Some of this world nowadays is okay. Was an OnlyFans creator? Yeah, that that happens a lot now. I'm kind of surprised. Yeah, that's kind of what happened to somebody else who I knew was they where it's like, you know, OnlyFans is like, hey, I'm an OnlyFans creator. It's like, do I really want to date somebody who's an OnlyFans creator? Like kind of thing, like dating to marriage. It's like you want to date to find your partner, not just like date for 3 months and then they leave you and then they do OnlyFans. It's like no, there's also some reason to say, hey, I want the sexual things between me and you to not be public. I want like to like this is not everyone's business. Or wanting is fine. I think that like I don't mind if people do like OnlyFans like as well. Like it's like, hey, you know, it's your body, so I don't care. But when it comes to dating, it's like, hey, I'm not really wanting to date somebody who's an OnlyFans creator. But I think is for the people who are good on them. You know, like if you're willing to do it, who cares? Shouldn't normalize it. I think that I think I some of I do agree. Um, I think at a very like I'm not sure because maybe I could be wrong in this sort of circumstance, or maybe someone can convince me to say, hey, actually, there is a reason for you to say that like it's okay to normalize. But I definitely agree with the idea that we shouldn't normalize it. I think that like it's not a job that a lot of people should do. Shame and not always you, but people you meet, yeah, yeah. It kind of does in a sort of way, but I think the problem I have is when you meet a lot of people who are smaller OnlyFans creators, to where these people have made in the total thing like $200, maybe $1,000 in doing it for a year, or even if they make more. What's hard about it is like, is your body being exposed worth the $2,000 that you made? And like again, I'm not people's fucking like, parent. I don't care. Like they can do it, but I do think that like when you start to see people and their yeah, that is part of it. And what's really weird about it is that I'm like yeah, they're exposed for that. Yeah, I'm willing to date somebody who isn't an active OnlyFans creator or who has a promiscuous past. I'm willing to date these people because I'm not going to judge them on a past. But if they are currently, I'm going to judge someone on a past because that's what we do. But I don't want to determine their past, even if they were exposed, even if they were, because the thing is, you can't get things off the online. If things are online, people will have it and they can always just bring it back up. But at a certain level, yeah, two partners in your life, um, yeah, I've had like three, so it's like not, um, yeah, 10 plus would be, yeah. I think for some people, yeah, for me, I think it's I'm less concerned about that too much. I'm more concerned about like, hey, what are we going to be in the relationship? And I think that being concerned about the past, I think is an okay thing, because it does affect the way people are in the future. But as long as this person is dedicated to me, because again, some people are promiscuous. Like some people want to live out their 20s in a certain way, and it's like, hey, I'm not going to judge some of these people if they did that, and then they change their mind and want to go into a more locked in relationship. While it does, I do get some feeling of hurt or whatever, or jealousy, or some of these other feelings. It, I'm still again okay with it, and I also see why people aren't, because it definitely makes sense. Like there is for a lot of people, especially if you haven't had that many partners, when somebody has so many people judge you by before, yeah, they do, and that's a big thing is that they do, um, and that's a really and I as something I can't control, um, how somebody will judge me because you're definitely not wrong with there. It's like people do judge you for past relationships, so like you know, because there's some reason to. There is a reason to judge people for maybe the amount of relationships they've had. Like if you talk to a girl and they're like 18 and they're like, I've dated and done things with X amount of people, and you're like, but you're like, you just turned 18 or you're 18. That's crazy. And for some of these people, it's because they've had failed relationships, or just they were extreme in a certain way, and so they might stay that same level of extreme, or stay like if somebody has like if somebody's had even just not even sexual or just romantic. Oh, yeah, 28 to 26. Okay, yeah. Which is again, it's not bad to have a less amount of partners. I think is good, but like even then, which is really weird because like I'm also talking about like these other people like um even people with like older age, which is funny because it doesn't always mean that they have a higher have a higher sexual partner count. Um, like it's just some people's experience with that, but like I don't know. I I just again don't personally have the gripe when it comes to somebody being mainly because there's been a couple people who there's one person I can like kind of come to think about a lot. Yeah, no, I don't. I yeah, I do not, but no, I am 21 actually. So I'd be concerned if I had an 18-year-old kid or someone older than or someone around that age, um but let me think. It's yeah, or 45 plus. I think that's funny. Do you skip the 30s, go straight to 45 plus, go for that MILF territory? Hey, I do not judge that. While I am not personally a big fan of MILFs, I'm not against it. I'm just not like it's not my cup of tea. I do see why people enjoy MILFs. But I think the problem that I have when it comes to relationships is kind of the which is really weird is that like I don't want to have to be babysat by somebody to feel like I'm in the one for feel like I'm the one for 10 seconds. Yeah, not even just like I think that that's just kind of like how I've been searching for it. Uh, what's up, new chatter? What's good? But yeah, wanting to be loved for just like even just 10 seconds, being that one for 10 seconds, I think is great. Like even like when being that's kind of what I find what I shoot for in a relationship. He's so gay. I'm just gonna I gotta let this guy get this guy Speed and Kai fan, bro. Speed and Kai fan. Why do I sound gay? I don't know, man. Why do you have subs off? Because I'm way too much of a small streamer to have subs on. Way too small. I'm just some person with. I'm pretty sure I have like. I think it's five full viewers in total. That's crazy. I also don't have these notifications turned on. I do thank you for following. I have these notifications turned off because I haven't added them to the features yet. Um, to the follows yet, but I do appreciate for the following. It's also because I stream on YouTube as well, and so I forget that the chat doesn't show when people follow or when people um, do anything like that. So I do need to do that. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't necessarily say I have outlets for. I think that like the follow is a gift enough. Honestly, I think that I do appreciate being followed and being viewed in general. But but yeah, no, I am. It'd be interesting. I wonder because I don't think I meet any of the criteria to become a person. What is it? Affiliate on Twitch yet? So I think I have to meet way more requirements for that. Let me see. Yeah, let's see. Stream 4 hours. Minimum of 3 average viewers on 4 different days. Yeah, no, I'd have to meet that. And 25 total followers. So there is a lot more that I would have to receive to be anywhere there. But man, that's what's really weird is that, like the fact that in just chatting, I don't expect a here it gives genuinely I what the crazy style dial. I yeah, so weird. What is it? It's like genuinely so confused. I'm not just mad. What? Like I don't know where it's like I have your girl's OnlyFans. What? She says she's riding a horse. Like, okay. Here's a question I have for you. Why? Like, what do you come in here and just being like, all right, I'm gonna just tell this one other person who's active in some small streamers chat that I have their girls OnlyFans. Like I'm genuinely confused of where that like mental state like that these ideas come from. Oh yeah, I was just confused, but like it's just it's just like confusing to me. I don't know. No, I think he was talking in the past how dude, I stutter, man. Yeah, I had that classic, Crelly VTuber ADHD autism stutter, where my brain works faster than my mouth. That actually works in different ways as well. But yeah, you started. But it's remember me as the only fan guy when you get famous. I'll try to keep this in my memory. All right, I'll upload this to YouTube, and if I do get famous, if I do get up there, I'll try to remember this very moment where where two guys are on my stream and one talks about the other one's OnlyFans guy. Other one's girls OnlyFans. Man, dude, I don't have an OnlyFans. Should I start? I was thinking before. I thought about starting one. I will not do that. But like, hey, maybe if I get enough people in here, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, no. OnlyFans. What is genuinely? I don't know what is. Yeah, I do still live. Yeah, no, I'm still pretty young. I don't have the money to live on my own. It's not a cheap thing to live on your own nowadays, especially. But I'm 21, which is not as young as I could be, but yeah, I'm 21. Yes. 3 years to get out, bro. You know, dude, it's just so insane, dude. Okay, okay. Like, I will, 3 years to get out, and I still haven't. Yeah, that's fair. Maybe I am a bum. That's fine. At least I'm at 30, but I'm also not trying to get out. It's not like I'm like wanting to just sit here and mooch off my parents, but I don't mind it. I have difficulties that other people don't have, so 18, bro, I made money. No, my internet is fucked. What the fuck is happening? Task manager. What is happening? There we go. Yeah, what the heck? Okay, there we go. I'm back. That was weird. Um, but well, no. Now I own two houses in my home city, Dubai, and another one. Yeah. Well, like, okay. So it sounds like you're not from the United States, then. So Dubai, and then the another one main in just Dubai. Yeah, but like it's it's also not just a United States thing. I'm also a very special case of like yeah, I'm from the UAE. Yeah, yeah. Which again, I think that my guess is from the sounds that you own two houses and one house in your home country, you own three houses. Yeah, it could be for more money. Like I'm not sure what your job was out of school, but like the jobs I can get out of high school can wouldn't be able to pay for even one whole house at all. Like, but Okay, even if you, I would say, even if you doubt whether or not he has three whole houses or whether or not like the story things like stories are true, whatever. Let's take it as the story. This is the way I do things is if we take this story as true, then where are, um, like the jobs that people are doing. I'm also not in the position because again, people are like, oh, like 3 years to leave the house, whatever. But again, like 21, 3 years to leave at 18. People don't. It's really funny because earlier in the stream, used to have an empire in school where I hired guys to sell candy and that type of stuff. I the fact that that allowed you to pay for living outside your house would be that is an interesting one. I will say because it could be that and then plus also getting a job like orange price school so kids had got money. Yeah. Yeah, like what do you do for a job now to own three houses if you don't mind me asking? I'm from the bumfuck New Mexico. That's if you watched the biggest thing we've had here was Breaking Bad. Um, or there's also one Whiskey Tango Foxtrot was filmed here. Which is I believe is based in Afghanistan. My grandfather's actually was an actor in it. Not a big one, just a side actor. I forget what his name was in that movie. I think he but it's funny in the movie Whiskey Tango Foxtrot. A manufacturing company? Okay, you own a manufacturing. That makes sense to where you have money to buy three houses. Yeah, no, I don't have that capability to own a manufacturing. I don't have the financial capability either. I don't have that will because part of that like you have to have um income in the first place, but I don't know, maybe you got lucky, maybe you built it from yourself. So that could be a thing. But yeah, this is my room. I've had this room for like what 8 years. So there's my shelf of random shit, and then like other random stuff. Like it's funny because like my desk is super small, and so one of my monitors is 90 degrees. What's that stuffed animal in the back? Oh, that guy. That guy is actually a stuffed animal my ex gave to me. I just have it there. I just haven't fucking moved it. Just sitting there, not doing anything. I have that one, uh, but I mainly have anime figures. That's usually what's really funny, but that's usually what a lot of people who. I'm streaming on my PC. I built it myself. It's a Ryzen 9 5900 XT, so it's 16 cores, 32 threads. I forget what it clocks to. Uh, it's a DDR4 system, so it's running 48 gigabytes of 3200 megahertz for the speed, and then the GPU is a RX 6650 XT. So GPU was made back in 2023 or whatever, or 2022. I think it's 2022. That's when they made it. Oh yeah, it was 2022 because I made it that time. So it was like a mid-range PC back 4 years ago. But now I'm on a. I upgraded the CPU from back then, but yeah, now it's a pretty okay machine. But there's your specialty. Building computers. I think I can. I think that the hard part is that it's a little bit not actually competitive, but there is some competitive nature to where like when I've tried to work in some of the tech fields, even from building my own PC, there's not been Yeah, I've tried to get jobs, but they are requiring me to. They're I haven't been able to find positions just because of how much, especially the current PC market has been inflated, and so usually the people who are working there already have 5 years experience minimum. While I built my friend's PC, I built my PC. Um, it's never been like I've never been able to turn it to an actual job, which and I've honestly tried. There's a small business I always wanted to do where I buy and sell PCs, but I think the market right now I'm not capable of starting that. I don't first of all have the funding to start it because it's so expensive, but you have to buy the parts and then advertise it, but then test those things. But because nowadays a lot of the PC field is the personal PCs are way more expensive. Like the Steam Deck is now gone up like 45%, almost whole 50% up in price, so upwards of like $200 to $300. Not right now. I quit my job recently. Uh, quit my job doing I was basically a caretaker for development disabled people. So basically people who um, have disabilities that intellectual disabilities or physical and intellectual disabilities that can't take care of themselves. So I used to do that for a bit, and then I quit that job. So, but hey, it's not a at least to get a side job. Yeah, like a Walmart cashier. Yeah, well, I'm waiting for a bit because I'm trying to get a treatment called TMS, transcranial magnetic stimulation. I believe it is. TMS. Yeah, so it is, yeah. No, it's transcranial magnetic stimulation, which it requires you to be at an appointment for uh 30 minutes every day. It's hard to get a job when you have to go get that treatment. It's a very intensive treatment, but no, I do not. I do not believe in I am the best way to explain is yeah, I am just not religious. No, it's just the best way. It's just is the way. I don't believe in the Christian God, the Muslim God. I don't believe in. I think the biggest thing I believe in would be probably Brahman, but that would not necessarily. It depends on which belief system that would be, and so I would say that not necessarily Brahman as the active character of God, but as the existence of reality, as reality of cosmic consciousness, which stems from Hinduism. But like, I don't believe in active God. No, no, not necessarily a conscious a thinking God, a conscious God, oh, an aware God. I think of a in a sort of sense an existence of the best way to say the existence of the boundaries of science essentially. So things work off of this semblance of a higher being a inflow of cosmic consciousness essentially. So all right, look, what's up? Do you believe in? Let's see. So, okay, so we're getting into Okay, let me see. Because when you say, did your PC spawn or was there a creator? Yes, there was a creator, and we can use that as a way to because even if we do this reality, but what is the there's a specific term that I'm trying to think of, um, where it's like because at this point in time, it's like the reality of the situation is better to believe in a god because there is a heaven waiting for you if you believe in a god. But if you don't believe in a god, then there's hell waiting for you if there is a god. But if there isn't a god, then there's nothing waiting for you on both ends. And so it's better to believe in a god on a mathematical sense. But the thing is that I will not like I forgot the I forgot what his name was. Um, believe. Let me see. What is Pascal's wager? So when we look at Pascal's wager, part of Pascal's wager is um yeah, well yeah, which is fair, but so if you know what Pascal's wager is, um he was a philosopher who basically argued that you should be finding a god. But the thing is part of the whole thing is that um let's see, yeah, the wager. So part of it is but some cannot believe. You should then ask and learn your inability to believe and endeavor the then convince themselves. But I cannot convince myself of what I do not believe. I will not, and this is part of the problem, and I think this is where maybe a disconnect in that sort of situation to where some of where a religion comes from is I have not a semblance. I do not believe in a god, and so I will not. I cannot lie to myself and say I do believe in one when I've let's say tried because I've had family. My grandfather, he was Muslim. My parents are Christian. There are people who are religious in my family. My grandfather has tried to convince me to Islam. My parents have tried to convince me to Christianity. Have not gone either way. But like the closest thing I go to is non-Abrahamic based religions. It'd be like I think the and because when we talk about things like Buddhism, I don't even believe Buddha to be above a human being. Um, he's a man that has transcended the human being nature or transcended these other things, but I don't believe him to be a god in the way that the a lot of other Asian countries will choose to believe he is. They'll think that he's a god, but I don't have a question that I don't necessarily understand. So it isn't about understanding God or Islam. It is about the fact that I don't believe in God or Islam. And this kind of comes into there's a very good debater, Alex O'Connor's, to where at a certain point in time, like you can I might, because the thing is that like when it comes to arguing about religion, there are people who are better at arguing about religion than me. There are people better argue about religion than some of the best people who can argue about it. But that does arguing has not yet convinced me of a religion. My parents telling me about religion has not yet them arguing with me has not yet taught me. My grandfather arguing about Islam has not taught me to believe in Allah. So I have not yet like come to that belief. There are people who've argued their ways to believe, and it's not necessarily how I believe it works. Like it's kind of the thing where it's like some people in this world, like like a god can come down and save their life, and they will still deny his existence. Yeah, I know it means in God in English, but the reason why I'm separating it is because of is to differentiate between Islam and I guess the Abrahamic based or the more Western Abrahamic religions, I guess. That being Catholicism, Christianity, and the sects of Catholicism and Christianity, and also Judaism, whatever. But I'm not saying that I won't, but I'm saying at this point in time, it is hard to tell because the thing is like how can you tell me that I am not seeing things? Because because the thing is, at a certain point in time, I could assume that I might be delusional or going through a psychotic episode. While I would love to believe that I would say that, hey, I do believe in this God, which again, it could happen if God came down to me and said He is God and this is the way. But how many people have said that that has happened to them, and how many of those people are maybe they're correct or maybe they are insane? Happens to a lot of people. It doesn't help that I'm also have family members who are bipolar schizophrenic. So at a certain level, you know, I could legitimately be being seeing hallucinations or delusions. But what is my understanding about God? It depends on what we think about as God. If we take a more atheistic approach about, let's say, the Christian God, atheistic approach about the Christian God is a more of a non-physical form of just pure energy, that has its energy exists in the sense of love, in a sense of, I'd say, the Trinity of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, but it does not exist as a man or a physical being. If we talk about more of a very much more Christian thing, it is a being that exists, a being that has a more physical form, and not just energy, but it's energy personified. So it's infinite energy personified. Uh, I don't know too much about, even though my grandfather would talk about Islam, he wasn't the best teacher of it, but I wouldn't know too much about um, Islam and the way that they, uh, I guess, think about their God, or I because again, if it's hard to say that, because then at some level it's like, for the people who believe in Islam, it is um, their God is God, and if you talk to people in Christianity, is their God is God, but but almost from all powerful, yeah. Well, like that is what that is what a lot of Christian gods say. They're almost for all powerful. They're omniscient. They're able to see all. Um, the God is able to observe and be everywhere and also do those things. And so I'm not necessarily against those ideas, but I'm not like the idea of a God being merciful does not help. But I think it's also because, like, there's a lot of reasons why a lot of people won't be religious, and it's because of the mercy of a God has not been observed on their life, in that sort of sense of where they don't feel it to observe it, even though they might have experienced the mercy of a God. They just don't think they have. But that's not necessarily my problem. I just don't. It is maybe I'm a blind man to a God that truly exists. Then we ask, why does he need to die on the cross for their sins? That so okay, that I okay, I know why they say that. So it is symbolism. So so there's the Father, the Son, Holy Spirit. The Son is Jesus, the Father being above that. So even in Jesus being dying on the cross, he himself is God, but he himself is not the full piece of God. He is just a one piece of it. There's not multiple gods. So think about it being so think about it being a hand. There's multiple fingers to the hand, but there's only one hand. There's technically two hands, but like in this hand, there's multiple fingers. We humans have two hands, but to them there is not multiple. It is one God that it is segregated into different pieces, which is really interesting to see, because one is the Father, one is the Son, and one is the Holy Spirit. But I've never really seen why people talk about the Holy Spirit. I've never really seen the difference between the Father and the Holy Spirit. But there's not necessarily multiple gods. It is just a part of one. It is just a piece of one. I'm saying that's what I think the Christian Bible says. I don't necessarily believe that, but that's what I think that they say. Because like I don't know necessarily how else I would believe to say that there'd be uh Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Just legitimately, I think would be just different parts. But I don't know when it comes to, because again, I don't believe in the. I've had the most knowledge about the Christian God. I wouldn't say I have good knowledge of the Christian God, so I wouldn't be able to argue on a Christian side again because I'm not Christian, but I definitely have more understanding there. But again, even my own understanding wouldn't be like if you were to ask questions, I can answer to my best ability, but I wouldn't be able to give you the best answers in comparison to somebody who actually believes. But even then, believers don't necessarily know what they're talking about either. I've had Mormons come up to me, and I've been able to debate them on their belief because Mormons aren't the best with their own belief systems. That's because they're Mormons. But so the reason why so the Bible doesn't keep so again the Jesus himself was a part of God that came down to the world, and so why does he praise? Because he prays the other part of himself. Yeah, it was because like he himself is like only the piece of all of it, not necessarily the whole piece of God. And so in the Christian Bible, they say you can't you there's no fathomable way to see God. You cannot see God in his whole piece. And so get to how do you get to the closest thing and be to make God a man, which again is still more God than man at that point in time. It's not super helpful. Okay, you know what? Let me see. Mark 6:4. Just so I have context of what we're. The just made Gospel Mark where Jesus states a prophet is not without honor except its hometown among his relatives and his own household. Okay, let's do here. So, like, if Jesus is a prophet, then well, that's not necessarily a one-off statement. A prophet is not without honor except in his own town, among his relatives, his own home. So the thing is that like I would say that he could be because like okay, so like he's a prophet to the greater part of the godhood. So he is part God, and then he's just not the full piece of it. So he in that sort of sense could be a prophet and a piece of God. But again, I wouldn't be able to make this argument very well in comparison to where other people could. So and then that's Luke 13:33. Luke 13:33. Jesus declares that he must continue his ministry and let's see. Oh, that's just that. Okay. In any case, I must press on today and tomorrow and the next day. Surely no prophet can die outside Jerusalem. I would say so. Okay. So, do you know the physics or the mathematical concept of infinites being bigger than other infinites? So, because like essentially, like it's mathematically some infinities indeed are bigger than other. While infinity is not a singular number, mathematically use the concept called cardinality, the number of elements in set, the measures compared to infinite sizes. So there are infinites that are smaller than other infinites. Theoretically, because he has put his godhood into a man, there is the God within inside the man. There is the soul in which inside the man is God. Says he prayed on his head and onto the ground. Um, and because again, I'm not going to argue for Christianity because I myself don't believe it, but like there is that sense of like he's also praying to the greater infinite. While he is an infinite, he is a lesser infinite compared to the greater infinite. But because he did pray, and there was throughout the Bible he did talk about how he did struggle through those different things. So this is a mathematical concept that is way too complex for me to be able to describe because I don't fully understand it. But there are infinites. It's not mathematically impossible. It is a there is there's infinites that are bigger and smaller than other infinites. The infinites have different sizes. Mathematically, some infinites are in. So let's say this on YouTube. Mathematically, or not YouTube, Google. While infinity is not a singular number, mathematicians have used the concept of cardinality, the numbers of elements to set to measure the compare infinite sizes. No, he's not less than infinite. He has a lesser infinite than infinite itself. Or again, that's my assumption. I wouldn't know from the Christian Bible, but like there are literally different infinite. There are some infinites that are bigger than other infinites. They will still go infinitely long. They are still infinite themselves. But this is also one of the crazier mathematical concepts that is not easy to learn. Uh, So it's not infinite being less than infinite. It is there are bigger infinites and smaller infinites. Some infinites are smaller than other infinites. Some infinites are bigger than other infinites. And so um I'm trying to figure out. Let's see. Okay, so this is not necessarily the best source. Um what is my grandfather's name? Uh the one he went by is Hakim. But his I believe his I think it was Abdullah. It might have just been Abdul, but he go by Hakim because Abdul was his father's name, and so his name was yeah. He did die. Yeah, he died. I think it was 5 years ago. Yeah. Well, I would believe that he died not going into any heaven because he did not in his later years of living he did not choose to devote himself to a religion. He chose to he will probably rest in peace, but he himself was not. He stopped doing the things he was supposed to do when it came to his own religion. He did not follow what he should have done, and so like I remember I don't necessarily know how it works with Islam, but he did not pay what he was supposed to, and so my uncle, who is also Muslim, he believed, and so he would pay the money from what he owed, and so he used my grandfather's money to pay for what my grandfather did not pay, but but right now I'm finding the because like there is sorry I'm back in the infinites in Islam when you go to grave they three questions. Oh, okay. Mm. In my heart, I believe that he did not believe in a true God. I think that he was more of a selfish man. I think that the only reason why he wanted to share his religion to us is because it was where he was from and not from what his heart truly believed. So maybe he did. Maybe he claimed that he, or maybe he truly felt that he had a God, and maybe he truly felt that he had a religion, and maybe he truly felt that he had a prophet. But I truly think that he himself thought he himself was a God, and I truly think that he thought himself to be the religion he sought upon. I truly think he thought himself to be the prophet for himself. I don't believe in most of these circumstances him to truly believe in Islam just because of the way he treated himself and the way he treated others. He did not indicate such of anything. No, I'm not afraid of any of that. I don't care if they support me. Like I'm not afraid of. I'm not denying Islam if they're afraid of supporting me. I'm not because they're Christian. I'm not afraid of Islam for that sort of circumstance. I just don't believe it. I don't believe Christianity either. I'm I'm as unsupportive of Christianity as I am as unsupportive of Islam. I'm closer to Hinduism than I am either one of those, and yet I don't believe. I just don't like so it's not about a feature of Islam that I do not believe. It is about the whole thing. It's about I don't believe in the God itself. Same thing with Christian. I don't believe the God. I don't believe the Christian God is God. I don't believe in the Islamic God being God. I don't believe either of them being God. And it's like how can you conform to a religion if you don't believe the foundation of what the religion is built off of their all powerful being the one and true God. So what do I believe about Hinduism more than Islam? So I'm not sure how much you are studied in Hinduism and all because so Hinduism is vastly separated from every other. So the Abrahamic religions have a god. In Hinduism, oftentimes in almost all religion. Okay, so then you understand that Hinduism does not have one set God. You can believe in Vishnu, Krishna, Brahma, but like yet there, but in some of them they don't believe in Vishnu, which is Brahman and Krishna and some and I forget one other entity put together. Some people only believe in Brahman. Some people don't even believe in a God itself. Some people are atheistically Hindu, which is a thing that back in some of the old texts we'll talk about. But like so I don't believe in I don't believe in Vishnu or Krishna being a god. I don't believe them to be a being above men. I believe in it's really weird. What is this? The major atheistic Hindu traditions. Let me try to figure out because I'm trying to see which one would be the word, which I always forget. Uh, uh, Believed argued against the idea of a creator deity, focused instead on the intrinsic power of duty and cosmic order. I don't even know how to say Miyasama. I don't know if that's the proper way of saying it. One of the oldest classic schools of Hindu philosophy is the entirety of non-theistic, explaining the universe through the interactions of consciousness. There we go. This, I don't know how to say that word. Uh, Sanka. Let's see. Let me do
Sankhya.
Sankhya. Yeah, so it'd be, I believe that's Sanskrit. Yeah, which I only know a couple things. So I don't believe in a god itself. I have the Sankhya belief, um, which is a Hindu philosophy of it's entirely non-theistic, explain the universe through the interactions of consciousness or Purusha. no matter pretty. Yes, essentially, I would be an atheist. Yes, I don't believe in there being a higher being itself. I believe that there is a thing that there's not a being, there's not a thing that is like you or me. I believe there is a cosmic consciousness, to say the least, which is again what the Sankhya's believe. So I don't believe in a god per se, but I believe in a metaphysical existence. So think about, so for, let's say, in quantum physics, there are particles that we can observe, and when we observe them, they're in one state or another state. So when we observe a particle in quantum physics, so quantum computing does this a lot, but it's like Schrodinger's cat. When you observe the particle itself, is the state in which you observe it in. But if you don't observe it, it is in all said states. So while I don't necessarily believe in that specifically to be God, there is a sort of thing of where there is something so we call that a superposition. So when we look at Schrodinger's cat, it's a superposition. And so when I think about the God that I don't believe in, when I think about the thing that I prescribe my idea to, is there's not a God, there's not a being, there is a scientific thing. Something created everything. Essentially, yes, but that something isn't a God. It is just it is essentially what science is looking up to. It is cosmic consciousness, as again the way of explaining it. Yes, I do believe something created something, because I don't believe the nothing was created from nothing, but so the thing is that, like, it's not a being itself. It is created. It itself is not to say, it's not to say has created. It itself is everything. So we are a part of that cosmic consciousness. Um. So the way, I don't even know some of these words, but the consciousness, the ultimate eternal exchange of the inactive witness, is pure awareness. In Sankhya, there are infinite number of individual prasa. We are a part of everything that is created, but theoretically, um, not in my belief. And other people who believe it, yes, they believe they can create anything, but I believe we are part of the anything that is created, but we cannot create anything. We are just part of it. We so when This is where namaste comes in. It is acknowledging the divine, is because if you are a part of what is everything, if you're a part of the infinite itself, then you must be divine. And so when you say namaste, it's acknowledging that that good, this ever flowing greatness that comes from even every individual person. So the infinite that comes from that person. But Yeah, it is not a god. It is it is the best way to say it is energy. So if you it is like energy wavelengths. It is like particles that exist on a superposition. It is not a thing that is there is a word in Sanskrit called neti neti. It is not this, not this. It cannot be described. It itself is um like you can describe it, but it can never reach the mark into which it truly is. So it is neti neti. I wouldn't say is God. I think that potentially could be a logical answer, but the thing is, like, I wouldn't say it is God. I would say it is like again neti neti because you can't explain it. That is part of the thing. Is that no logic can explain this, and that's part of the problem. Is it's a circular argument, and so there's a reason why to not believe in some of these things. Why can a cosmic consciousness be itself? It being neti neti is because logic itself, it supersedes logic itself. It cannot be logic in no, I'm not saying nothing created everything. It's everything created everything. It itself is already existed. So nothing created necessarily everything, but it's everything created everything. Everything is itself already there. It is just formed in a visual way. We are in a sense the things that it has created are in a sense the superposition of the particles. In a sense, what we observe as human beings, what we observe as objects, it is the observation of the everything that it already is there. So it is not separate, it is a part of everything. The starting point is everything, which is weird to think about. But like again, I wouldn't say it is necessarily logical. But then a god would also come from the same thing. If how where would the god come from then? Like because that's part of the problem of like if if this everything has to be somewhere, it's infinite. Yes, so if a god is infinite, then then would be same thing for the cosmic consciousness. It is infinite in itself would be also part of the infinite, but so I don't remember how to say some of these words. I didn't study Sanskrit for enough to understand how to pronounce some of these words, but everything has an origin and I choose to believe that origin is everything already itself. It ebbs and flows. Signs because energy can be created nor destroyed. So it is just it just changes. And so even in this sort of sense, energy is not created nor destroyed. Its origin itself is already there. Its origin is like it's something that doesn't grow. It's something. It's not something that doesn't grow. It's something that it is and always is. So again, it is the infinite. But the creating point is the fact that it already has it. Because the thing is, like, if a if a god were to create something, then a god has to be infinite itself. So it has to be everything already, and then would create something. But again, the origin itself is it could so the thing is like I don't have the best knowledge of this form. Um I've not studied it a lot. I've mainly just done a lot more of meditations. So I've done um not brahmacharya. I've done meditations. So things like om chanting. I've done things like nadi shuddhi, which is alternate nostril breathing. I've done meditations, and part of the philosophy of the samkhya is the fact that you are trying to find that sort of sense. And so the thing is, like, I wouldn't know if there, because I do believe the origin of this stuff would probably be the most simplest form of the, again, I don't know how to say these words. um, some of these words being Purisha. Let's see. All right, this is muted.
Purusha.
Purusha. So like in itself, that is a consciousness, and then there is the. I don't necessarily because again it itself is not because it itself is not God. It itself is everything. It itself is it is not a creator. It is in itself already the thing. So it is not a creator that has made the things. It is just the there's no thought to it. There's no mind. The brain is the physical thing. The mind is the more metaphysical thing. It is no mind. It is no passion. It is no wants. It is not because the thing is a god usually has because like as you say yeah it didn't create itself. But the thing is again the consciousness and the matter and the nature itself do not it has to have a creator itself in itself. It does not have to be a creator. It has to be created. And in itself is what it is. And so when you look at the situation, like the way it is not a god. It does not have its. It does not have a desire. It does not have a want. It's not. It is not like a has its own identity. It is. It is not. It does not have an identity that separates itself from other things. It's not a god in the sense that it doesn't have an identity. It has the power of a god, but is not an identity. So it can't be a person. It's not a thing. It's not a one thing. It's not a separate thing. It is not. It cannot be prayed to because it is just a thing. It is something that can be tapped into, but it cannot be prayed to because it is you can't simply pray to something that isn't it just is just there. It's the same way like it's kind of like a lake. A lake is not a person. A lake is a lake. No, I don't. It's not like I don't want to call it God. It's just the fact that it isn't. It isn't a God. It isn't a. It isn't a all powerful being that enforces its will through its power. It is not a being. It doesn't have beinghood. Um, and theoretically, the beinghood that it does exist is our beinghood. And so, in a lot of in a lot of even Buddhist ideas, we are all Buddhas ourselves. We are all already divine. We are already more connected to the divine. We have just layered on humanity onto it. So theoretically, we are not we ourselves are not gods, but we are part of the greater thing that is would be look like God, but it is not a being like God. Um, let me try to let's see. Yeah. I also speak very, very quickly because my mind has a lot of things happening all at once. But so I found a very well worded thing is that it is devoid of creative agency. It is passive. It isn't an active thing. It is a thing that exists. Things again, it's kind of like the superposition in particles. It is not it it is not something that actively creates. It is a superposition. It is observed in certain positions, not necessarily. It is already, not necessarily. So in every position, even the future and the past, it is already. It is not going to be. It is not going to create. It is already in that sort of sense. But it's not the easiest thing to explain. I think that's fair and to think that doesn't make any sense. But part of this comes from active meditation. I've not, this isn't just, this, and part of meditation also could be a little bit insane. But part of this is sometimes I sit down and meditate. And sometimes there are things that you observe. And I have not observed any of this to this greatest extent, to the extent to which these people explain, to where other people explain. I've just observed this is what is closest to what I have felt. This is what closest to some of my more connected logical ideas. But again, it's not necessarily in itself logical. Maybe it is, but I don't believe itself to be easy to be logicked out. But so what do I believe about God? I just don't believe that there is an active conscious source that is has its own creativity, that has its own will for the world. I don't believe there is one that does that. I believe that there is a power that doesn't have that. What makes me think that? What makes me think that is, um, I think the best way to explain it is to what makes good or bad. I think that when we look on a scientific perspective, gods are above the physical mind. So the mind itself, when we look at the physical structure of the mind has the emotional parts of the brain. So the limbic system has the mesolimbic pathway of the brain, so it has some of its motivation. So mesolimbic, it's some connections goes into the prefrontal cortex. I believe also potentially the parietal lobe. I don't think so. I think it's just the prefrontal cortex with some of the limbic system, so the mesolimbic pathway. It has its frontal lobe. Humans have all these things, and these things are what gives us some creativity, gives us our emotions. So the mesolimbic pathway of the brain, it gives us motivation. So our dopamine and our serotonin things. So dopamine also it controls movement, but it gives us dopamine. Dopamine helps increase actions, increases motivation. And so I don't believe a greater power has a dopamine circuit. I don't believe a greater power has a limbic system. I don't believe a greater power like it has these things that we believe. Let me see what part of the brain, because like it's more controlled by a single more center. The brain instead is a complex network. Yes. Um. So okay. So there is the ventral medial prefrontal cortex, an area in the frontal lobe critical for integrating emotions with the moral decision making, the uh, temporal parietal junction, located where the temporal and the parietal lobes meet, and the area is responsible for theory of mind. Like you will not say a form, but the thing is that God being good, good is created of the mind. Is my sort of sense. Is that happiness, love, these things are not a love. Theoretically, is a different thing, but in that sort of sense, if a God wants something, our understanding of want is the mesolimbic pathway. A bunch of these other things is our ghrelin receptors. I think it is going on to say these things. It is the wants are coming from the brain itself. Where do we derive our wants? It is a physical thing. And so I don't believe a God, because a God doesn't have a physical form. If a God doesn't have a physical form, how does it develop wants? How does it itself have wants? And so like I think that like the wants are created of the mind. And the thing is you can argue that a God can have wants without the physical forms of having wants, but in that sort of way, I don't believe that it would have that sort of things. I believe that it is a non-active thing. I believe that the all powerful does not God does not desire anything. Well, in a sort of sense, then if God did not desire anything, then why would people believe in a God then if it didn't desire anything? If God does not desire, then why is there religion bound to it? Why should people believe in a God if it does not if it's not desired anything? Because why would a heaven or hell exist if a God did not desire? Because the desire is what derives like the belief system. Because like why when you die, Why would God ask the three questions if it did not? Yeah, he has a want then. If he has one thing is for you to believe in him, then there is a want. That is the want in that sort of position where it's like he does want that. But even if that's the one only want, there is that want in that sort of position. That want is in our mind on the physical level. I like if there is a God to me, I don't believe there could be a. Not say if there is God, it because in a sort of sense that wants again come from we understand that wants come from the mind, and so again maybe you can argue that wants um that wants can be beyond the mind, but so then even then a want so even if we you not you say yes you can let everyone go to hell, but what is like but why okay this gets into the debate of why does hell exist, why does believing in a god um why does believing in God get you to heaven instead of hell? Why is it better? Why does God believe it's better to believe in him than not to believe in him? Why? Because if it wasn't better, then he would not choose to send you to hell if you didn't believe in him. That's kind of the way that I think about it. Is that like it's not to say a hard question either. It's more of a question that I think that like so let me state the question as clearly as possible. Is let me think. Why this is also kind of a separate question, but why does God want you to believe in him so that you can go to heaven versus like what is because like there has to be a reason for because like if he created heaven and hell because the God would have to be infinite and create these things, why does God send people one place or the other? Because you could say he's punishing um, to people for not believing, but why would he punish somebody for not believing? You could say he's punishing for people for sin. Then why did he create sin? To give people individuality. Why did he create individuality? Because he wants desire. I know that from the Christian Bible. I know that they people ask why did God let sin because he said they didn't create sin or whatever, but why did God let sin be a part of reality? And for the Christian Bible, they're like, well, because to give you to so that you can love God yourself. And it's like, but why? There's no greater sense of need for people to believe, but the question kind of just to reiterate is like why does a um why does a God want to you to believe him so you can go to heaven, and if you don't then you go to hell? Yeah, like to test you of sin and if you believe in him, sure, and to create a test like the life on earth, sure, but what is the need for that? What infinite being should need to test a human for all these things? Like why like what like cuz like but like cuz the thing is like those people didn't it wouldn't exist if he didn't put them on earth. And so he wouldn't give them heaven, he just would have not created them. Because like at a certain point in time it's like why create people to then test to then unless which then this could be a thing where so you could believe people already exist and then he chooses to send them on earth to then test them to then see where they get to go, but the thing is then why create them in the first place? Why create beings to test? Because like that's kind of the crux of where I think is like why would a being need to create something to test? What is its desire? What is its want, desire, need, or these other things? We believe Adam was living in heaven and he was sent And he sent him to earth to test him if he sins again, because when he put him in heaven, he sinned, and God did want sinners in heaven. Then then why choose to send sinners to hell then? Why? Because again, this is also part of the omniscience. If God is all-knowing and infinite, he would know Adam would sin again. He would know Adam would have sinned in the first place. He would know every single decision that would be made. But like, God cannot be all-seeing and all-knowing, because if they were all-knowing, then they would know all the outcomes. They would be both here and then. They'd be here then and in the future. He gave him free will, but the problem with free will. So if you do you believe in that God has omniscience? Do you think that he can see everything, understand everything beyond time and space? He can believe, he can see, he is all powerful. If you believe that he is all powerful and can see in all these things, how did the free will he gave is past that? Because the thing is that if he's all seeing, he's beyond time itself. If he sees everything, is beyond time and space itself. He already knows the future of what Adam will choose. Adam will always, then how is it free will? If he knows, if he can know everything, he will know Adam's choice. There's no day when he gives him free will, did he have actually free will? Because that's the problem when it comes down to free will, is that if a God knows and sees everything, then you can't have free will, because there's already a future that the God knows will happen. Because that's how all knowing gods work, is that they can't. That's the problem, is that then do we actually have free will? If the choice has already been made for us, there is no instance of free will then. Well, there's theoretically, we could say that we made that choice, but he already knows it. He knows it before he gives us that free will. So then again, when it comes down to test it, then just put us in hell. If he knows the choice we have made, if he knows that we were sin, then why put here to test us? If he knows the outcome of what we are going to do, why then separate us into earth to then put us in heaven and then to put us in hell, when he can just put us in heaven, or we can just put us in hell? But then even at that point in time, before he creates us, he knows whether or not we would sin. Why would he create sinners? Because if he knows if we are going to sin or not. Yes, but he has to know that choice. If he's all-seeing and all-knowing, he has to know which choice you already made. And if he knows which choice you already made, then even then, because the creation, so human beings exist on a linear path of time. If we talk about God, he exists on an infinite path of time, so it's not linear. He exists in the past, in the future, and the present. He exists at every point in time if he's all powerful, because time is a constrictor. He knows, but imagine saying you're going to hell and you didn't do anything. Well, guess what? The thing is that like, that's perfectly fine, because the thing is that like, we don't get that physical choice, because like not having the idea of doing anything, it doesn't matter to us, because the thing is it being, there wouldn't be a need to explain that. But also, why create us to go to hell then? If he knows what choice we are going to make, even if we didn't get to do it, why create us to go to hell? Because like, I'm not going to even argue that that's not mercy. I don't even care about the mercy there. I care about the fact that why would a thing that already knows whether or not you are destined to sin and go to hell, or whether or not you are destined to believe and go to heaven, ever create us? It's a choice to go to Islam right now, but you don't want to. That's fair. That's fair. I have the choice. But doesn't God already know what choice I've made? When I die, God will know what choice I've made. Well, that's free will, but the thing is, why would God choose? Like, again, if God already knows, it doesn't matter if we have free will. If God already knows, then the choices I made don't matter. The free will is not an active movement. It is a thing. But again, what if we didn't? Why would hell exist? Why would he create beings that would sin? Why wouldn't he just create beings that wouldn't sin? That a heaven could be heaven would be infinite and would be no sinning beings. He could have not created hell. He could have not created sinners. He could have, and the thing is that he could give people free will, but why give people free will? What's the point of giving people free will? Like, there is at this point in time, like I have not seen like why God would give people free will to make their own choice. But why would God give somebody what is the need for giving like choice? What is um the reason for people having their own choice, for having free will? To see if they're to choose God, then just like but then again, if they again if you're creating beings to know, um because the thing is, like, don't get a life and it was just sent straight to hell. Well, is that it's technically the way not the way it works, but um, well, not to say that, but is I had a thought in my mind, but not to say the way it works. But the way that I think about it is that before we are created, the decision has been made. And so we cannot be, because the thing is that like if God again is all knowing and all powerful, then there cannot be a time when he did not know that we would have made a choice. When we have made that choice. And so then he is creating us already knowing that we are destined to hell. Leavers be there's no sinners, everyone isn't yeah, which is fair. There's no one perfect except for God. But the thing is that like part of the whole thing is that like you must you must go to God. So like you will sin, and the way you go to heaven is you believe in God and you choose to submit to God. But the thing is that we are created. We are created even before we are created and after we. Okay, no, that could also just be the Christian gods. That's what I'm assuming, but. I guess like there's no perfect. Okay, okay. Now I reread. It makes sense. Okay, okay. Like then is perfect. Then why choose to create things that don't sin, but choose to that choose to make the right decision and then go to heaven? Because at a certain point in time, there's no one perfect. Which I let's say there's no one perfect except for God, which is fine. Christians believe if you believe in God, you got to heaven, but in Islam, even though you believe in God, but sin a lot, still go to hell. Yeah, and you have to I forget what because my uncle was talking to me about this. He was saying I think the word he says you'll get your dues, and so you have to um in a sort of way outdo your sin, and so yeah. And so to get to heaven is that like your belief will lead you to get your will lead you to do the right things to then get yourself to heaven. Um but in that sort of sense, like I again I don't disagree that um that beings can be perfect, but then he already knows the decisions that people are making. He already knows the imperfect people who will believe it, who will go to God. So I'm looking at just trying to get you to heaven. If you don't want to believe, you cannot believe. That's fair. Um, and it's not like necessarily. So here is the circular argument of believing and not believing. So Alex O'Connor talks about how he's done his whole right to try to believe, and I am somebody who is not trying to believe. But yeah, I'm repeating these things in a sort of sense because I did not find the debunking to be satisfying. But again, even though I might not find it to be satisfying, does not mean it has not been debunked. It just means I have not yet found it satisfying. But again, I'm not a perfect person, nor am I the smartest person in the world. So it could be my own fault in being stupid. But you can't really change that. Yeah. But going back into not wanting to believe, I think it's a fair thing. I think that I definitely notice I'm more closed off, but because the thing is that like maybe in the future, maybe I do come to a Christian God, or maybe I do come to the Muslim God, or maybe I do come to a different God. That is not the course I'm going, and maybe in the future I do. I wouldn't know. I'm not denying that I could change in the future. This is because like the thing is that like because like if you don't believe in a God, nothing will happen in your religion. But if you believe there is no God, nothing will happen. Yeah, I don't believe things will happen. I think that life and death just exists. We are not good nor bad. We just are. I don't believe in a heaven or hell. I don't believe in an afterlife. I don't believe in a people being reborn and coming back. I believe that we are that our metaphysical energy will go back to the world and it'll come back. So if Islam is the truth, then why not go for it? Because I don't feel as if it is the truth. I don't because I wouldn't know if it's the truth. I wouldn't know. No, no. Okay, so this comes back to Pascal's wager. So again, this comes to Pascal. So the problem with that is Pascal's wager is that so let me see. I believe he was a philosopher. Let me see. Pascal's wager. So Pascal was a philosopher, and I believe posits individuals essentially engage in life defining gamble regarding the belief. So he argues for the belief in God based on if you believe in God, then if you believe in God, then you will get what God promises to the person who believes. And if you don't believe in God, then you will get what God has promised to people who do not believe. And so this works for Islam. This also, I believe he lived between 1623 and 1662. But when I'm talking about Pascal's wager, is that like, let me find what I'm more thinking of. I don't know whether or not he was an atheist. Let me see. So here is.
Pilot.
That's an ad. I don't feel like playing the ad. I'm not gonna unmute for the ad. Okay.
Think of his famous wager. Yeah. What is Pascal's wager? Give us the sort of popular understanding level, and then we'll investigate.
Yeah. Well, the popular understanding of Pascal's wager is basically the argument that you might as well believe in God because the benefits are better. And you make a wager, you've got to bet one way or the other. You might as well bet on God because if you're right, then you get eternal bliss. If you're wrong, you go to hell. It's like that. So it feels like for many people.
Well, if you believe in God and you're wrong, if you do believe in God and you're wrong, then it's like, who cares?
Yeah,
But there's so much to gain.
Yeah,
If you don't believe in God and you're right, then who cares? But there's so much to lose.
Exactly.
So you want to go for the option where you've got more to gain.
Yeah. So it's an argument about most people who buy the lottery do the same sort of thing. It's a very small stake for a potential big win. If I don't win, I've lost very much. If I do win, I get a great deal. And so the argument is often thought of is Pascal saying, here's a good reason for believing in God.
Mm-hmm.
And you really ought to believe in God because of this argument. And I actually don't think it works that way because partly because, as we said earlier on, Pascal's not that convinced about foolproof 100% reasons that force you into believing in God. The way I think it works is like this.
I don't believe Pascal was an atheist, but let's see. He might have been. Yeah, he was Christian, not an atheist, but.
So it's not a probability theory. And it's the start of the wager. He says, we are our soul is cast into the body. What he says is that our life is kind of like a game that is halfway through. In other words, at the end, we will find out there is a God or there isn't a God. We don't know at the moment. We can't quite know for certain right now. But you've got to wager on one or the other. And then it goes in the form of a kind of conversation. And I think that it's like the person he's talking to is someone who is kind of in the position of thinking, well, there may be good reasons for believing in God, but maybe good reasons for not believing in God, slightly poised between the two, not quite sure which way to go. And so Pascal says, well, life is like this. You've got to bet one way or the other. And so the guy says to Pascal, well, do I have to bet? Can I just be agnostic? Pascal says, no, you have to bet because you're already living your life as if God doesn't exist or if God does exist. You've already bet. You're already embarked on the journey is the language he uses. And the question is, are you going to change sides? There isn't a sort of side in the middle. So Pascal says, well, you've already bet. You're already one side or the other. And so the guy then says to Pascal, well, is there any evidence to push me one way or the other?
So I believe, not say it before, I believe this was, plus, how can you believe, he wasn't there? Um, let me, so, it was not necessarily, it was not AD, it was, so in the proper time, it was 1623 AD, so it would be, um, this would be the 1600s, so after that, so this was, um, 400 years ago. So this was not. This was actually. So it is hard to believe. And the thing is, it's. I actually disagree with Pascal because he himself was Christian. But, um, but it talks about how the wager itself is what it kind of goes into. This is what this guy is. Let me. I can actually change my thing to watching. Let me make my camera smaller. Delete that. There we go. So this is what I'm watching.
Pascal says, well, there is, but it's not 100% conclusive. It's not.
There's nothing left to say that's truth about atheism. It's not about atheism. So the reason I'm showing this video is because it gives an explanation that is way more sophisticated than I can actually give. Truth why? It's not about. So the thing is that like, it's not about believing what is to be true. It is about like, can you believe? So, this is going to be like an interesting one. So in the Matrix, especially in the first one, Neo could jump past. He could he can he it's whether or not he believed in. It's just the fact I don't believe. It's not about it being the truth or not. Because the thing is that like, do we always believe the truth? In a sort of sense, we can believe what is to be true, but that gets into a really sophisticated, philosophical, logical, and scientific argument that I have not the credentials to argue, and currently no one in the world has the credentials to properly argue, just because who is how do we know what truth is, and who creates the truth, and we can say that we believe in the truth based on the fact that we've seen truth and the fact these other things, but how can we believe that maybe the truth we have seen was given to us by a thing that says is not true, but or by a thing that is purposely perceiving us to not be true? Because let's say because like, for the truth argument again, we can say that like, oh, we were, if this is all a simulation, if we were actually created, no, it's not the way that I would say I believe in God now. Um, it's, let me see, my stream is a little bit running slow, and I don't necessarily know why. 1 second. Task manager. Think that network. Is it running very slow? No, he is Christian. I don't say believe Pascal because he's Christian. I'm talking more Pascal's wager itself specifically. I don't believe whatever Pascal says. I just talk about his wager being being a thing I listen to. Not the wager itself, but the way this guy explains Pascal's wager, which is this guy, which I believe is which is, just don't know who this guy is actually. I'm mainly thinking about what this guy gives. I don't believe in, I believe in the wager itself is a very good look for the argument, but why is my Wi-Fi so bad? Let me do internet speed test. Okay, it should be quick. Maybe it's just the okay. Interesting. So it's not a problem with my download. And it's not a problem with my upload. Interesting. Weird. So it means that my computer itself is doing perfectly fine. The network is doing okay. It's just not pulling the data it needs. I wonder why my bitrate. So again, so for the reasons why I deny is, again, I don't believe that I was sufficiently debunked. Because the problem is I don't have the sophistication of verbal understanding, so I don't have the words I can explain to be able to say why. There are way more things that I can understand in my mind than I can express verbally to show you why I don't necessarily believe in Islam. It's not the fact that I deny based on the fact that I'm being told the truth. It is the fact that, like, what I've been told does not feel like the truth. Like, it is, to the best way to say it, if you've ever talked to a person going through a someone going through psychosis, I could be that person. You cannot tell that person that they are in the wrong, or cannot tell that person the truth. But the problem is that I'm not going through psychosis. But when you look at the reality of the situation, is that why do people deny a religion in general when there are so many good arguments? Is because we cannot deny something that we do not perceive to be as true. And I myself do not perceive said things to be true. But that's kind of like why I kind of go back to this guy's Pascal's, like,
Not
explanation
a
of it.
watertight argument to go one way or the other. And so the guy said, well, what do I do then? And that's when Pascal brings in this quite intricate bit of argument about probability, where he goes into this thing saying, well, if you believe that God exists
Here,
and you're
but
wrong, well, you haven't lost a great deal, maybe a bit of sacrifice in this life.
We'll say, like, I can't choose what I believe. Then they might say something like, okay, maybe there is actually quite a lot to lose from betting on God and it being false, because I would have to give up a great deal of the way that I live my life. I might, if I really want to live like a Christian, maybe that would involve cutting people out of my life that I love and care about, who are bad influences. I have to give up my Sundays, maybe the time that I spend in prayer and whatnot. I give away my money like Jesus did, and now I can't, do the projects I want to do.
yeah, that's not the part, but sure, but like, and the thing is that the argument has been the same thing towards Christianity, but then every single time I've been told, because the thing is that, like, I don't know enough about Islam to be able to say whether or not I believe if it has any contradictions, but Christians will say the Bible has no contradictions, but then people say it does, but then people say it doesn't. Same thing with the Quran. People say it does have contradictions, but then people say it won't. The thing is that, like, maybe because you understand all the context around it, I don't necessarily have any questions about Islam. Because I don't necessarily, I am more of the case of to understand that, like, so let me think. What would be a question, I guess, then for Islam itself? I guess, again, it's not the question that I have towards Islam, because I don't have questions towards Christianity either. Well, I have questions that have not led to fruitful answers. Well, then, because that's the thing that the Bible also says, is that every person who's tried to find a contradiction within inside the Bible has not found a contradiction. But, like, my guess is you would disagree. You would say that people in the Bible, you have found contradictions in the Bible, but then people would argue with the fact that no, yeah, we found hundreds, but the thing is, then people say that they found hundreds in the Quran, like, that's the problem. Like, is that you here tell me this, and I don't trust you over somebody else. I don't trust the other person either way. Like, I don't trust either people, mainly because maybe there is no contradictions in the Quran, but the thing is that, like, but somebody else, because again, I would have to read the whole Quran itself. I would have to understand the whole Quran, and even then, even if I read it, I might misunderstand it. I might come into it and misunderstand it. But, like, even if let's say, like but then the problem is the same argument has done for Christianity, is that every contradiction that you have found for the Bible has done the same thing. But then the problem is that it comes down to a circular argument, is that, like, this cannot be finished. It's simply, like, and this is the problem, is that, like, I'm not in this sort of sense, like, believing based on the fact that there's no contradiction, because again, the Bible um, this is not necessarily helpful to ask AI, but like people say, and the thing is, like, I'm not going to use AI to assume so, but like, oh, move my cam to the right. This would be okay. It might be. Oh, if I want more angle, like right over here, it might be better. But oh, like my screen. Oh, oh, here. In our screen. Oh, move it to the right. Oh wait, not that part. Holding to the wrong thing. This one. There we go. And again, I'm not going to choose to read that, but like, okay, I think Quran contain internal text variations that scholars, skeptics, and believers interpret differently. Um, Believers of again, I don't necessarily trust the AI above people because the AI has problems, but like believers can each generally argue that the apparent contradictions can be resolved through the historical context, translation nuances, and theoretical interpretations. Skeptics and critics point to specific passages as evidence as of the breakdowns of the Bible. Let's say the Quran. Islamic theology holds that the Quran is a literal, unchanged word of God, meaning it. But again, it's like okay, then explain the contradictions. I gotta stop typing fast. Wait, can I stop? I gotta stop typing fast. Arguments regarding the apparent contradiction of the Quran center on the three main areas of the timeline creation and concept. Because the thing is that like, this is where they'll say the contradictions and are existing. But again, I don't choose to believe that. So I don't choose to believe because again, people will say the Bible has no contradictions. Critics often point to differing accounts of the historical narrative of theology, while theologians argue these reflect different perspectives or progressive revelation. The resurrection accounts, but like but again, people can explain. Like, so you can explain the so like here you can explain the 6 or 8 days, but again, a Christian can explain the resurrection in different accounts. Like let's say here the genealogies of Jesus, Matthew 1 and Luke 3 provide different family lineages for Jesus. Theologies explain suggest one traces Joseph's line and the other traces Mary's line. Told them to explain, they didn't. I just wanted them to show the contradictions that exist with inside both. We could. But why does it say here that they could explain, say, in let's say here the contradictions? Like it's to the best way of explaining it. It's neither like I've been told this by both, and this is why like there's also another choose to belief is that if I do believe in a God at a certain time, I probably would not believe in an Abrahamic one because of the not to say the infighting, but the fighting that they have amongst each other. Because one has to be one true God. Because again, because the thing is that you can tell me that there are no contradictions in the Quran, while sure you can argue that that you can explain the 6 to 8 days. But again, every Christian I've met, every single contradiction that I've given to a Christian, they've been able to explain. But again, I don't find their explanations to be satisfactory. Um, but in that sort of nature, it doesn't mean if it's satisfactory. And the thing is, I don't know enough about the Quran, and I don't know enough about the Bible to be able to sparse out the contradictions. But the problem is that like Christians read the entire Quran and couldn't find a contradiction. Well, like the is so that to me is not a because the thing is that like were these thousands of Christians um philosophical theological masterminds were these individuals tested to be above the average because I can hand any person I can hand any 70 I then at a certain point in time okay let's see I'm going to copy and paste see let's do ChatGPT instead. ChatGPT. And again, I don't choose to believe ChatGPT, the AI, over other things, but okay. Let's do here. What is even the most studied Christian tried to find one they couldn't. Again, that's why I hear from the other side as well, though. What is because the thing is that like everything that you are telling me about Islam, I have heard about Christianity. I've heard the same thing that thousands of atheists, thousands of Muslims have come to Christianity and have said that we have not found a contradiction. And yet the thing is, I see both sides saying we have. I've seen Christians say we've found contradictions in the Quran, and I've seen Muslims say we've found contradictions in the Bible. But it seems like neither one of them have been able to agree. But claim that thousands of Christians read the entire Quran to find it. The contradiction is the most more radical statement used in debates than a measurable fact. And again, that's measurability. But many Christians have read the Quran carefully, including scholars, historians, missionaries, and theorians. Some conclude the Quran is internally consistent. Others argue that they see contradictions or tensions in it. Muslims generally believe the Quran is perfect, and other exists depends on heavily on interpretation, translation, historical context, definitions, and contradiction theology. Okay, even Christians say there are contradiction. So again, so Christians say so the thing is that so let's say um because the thing is that like what you are saying here is that like because like I have heard the same thing that Muslims have also agreed that there are contradictions. The thing is I don't trust because the problem with this is that like is that even the smartest man I don't necessarily trust to believe that that person can sparse out the complexities of these things because if the Quran or if the Bible, if one of these things are the word of God, if this is if this is the text of an all-powerful being, how can a human ever understand one of these things? How can every human ever understand what could be the complexity of these things? Yes, the same type of arguments are commonly used for the Bible. Christians say the Bible has often been studied for centuries, and believers, skeptics, historians, and critics, despite having many attempts, no contradictions have been proven in the way of defeating Christianity. Critics, however, point out the passages they believe is conflicts, for example, differing in generalities with Jesus, but if you simplified it for us to understand, but still, at a certain point in time, like I've heard from both places that like again every argument I've said this is like so if you give a contradiction in the Bible, I can't argue with you, but there is somebody out there who could. And every contradiction in the Quran that they can give you, you can probably argue with them. But the thing is that I am not that person because the thing is I am walking the path of seeing both people say the same thing where I've seen people say that the Bible itself has been studied, has been looked at, has been every contradiction that has been pulled up has actually been a misunderstanding, a misinterpretation by an individual, has been stayed the same. Because I don't study those things because of the fact that I am in myself I would choose to meditate over study. Um, I choose to do more action based than studying. I'm also studying my own other things. Um, Currently, I'm studying anatomy physiology. Um, Not too far into that just yet. I've studied some psychology. I'm still studying psychology. Um, not to say much philosophy anymore, but I study my own things. I'm not too interested in studying the Bible nor the Quran. What does the meditation do better than studying? So the meditations have given me an experience that aligns my brain more um, with what I believe. So whether or not it's true or not doesn't necessarily need anything, but the meditations have brought me to what I see as a good explanation. So when you meditate, there are um, uh, uh, what is it? What is their name? What is their name? Yogis ex explained levels of enlightenment. Enlightenment. Samadhi. I don't remember how to spell these things. So samadhi is the final samadhi. So yogic philosophy, samadhi is the final supreme stage of mediation representing ultimate enlightenment. But yes, but the thing is that is that then does not art does okay, so just because I'm not saying it feels good, it itself feels aligned, which again I don't disagree. I don't disagree that the idea is that I could be down the wrong path, but the thing is that do you know about what is it um allegory of the cave, Plato's allegory of the cave? I spelled Plato wrong. I said allegory wrong. So like when we look at the allegory of the cave, so in the greatest sense, let me find the best picture, the funniest picture. So in the allegory of the cave is that essentially this is what meditating could be, is I could be a man observing the shadows upon the cave and not observing the reality of the situation. And you could be outside here and observing the reality of the world. But the thing is that how do I know that I am the one in here and you are the one out here? And it's the same thing for like everybody. Is that like how do I know that I am not yet being also told more things of Plato's allegory of the cave? How do I not know we are all in this thing and we have not yet left the cave? Like I don't know if we are yet broken out of the illusion. This is where I don't remember where I put the book, but Krishnamurti is perfect one for this. But let me see. Let me do Julia Krishnamurti. So I believe. Let me see which one is the one that I've read. As one is. I wonder if I say Krishnamurti as one is. Okay, welcome back. But when it comes down to my belief system, I think we're all in this sort of situation. And I guess like the closest philosopher or closest idea is Krishnamurti. Um, the observer and the observed are the same, Krishnamurti, but as one is book. Because I own this book, I just don't know where I put it. But let me see, because it is this one. As one is to free the mind from all conditioning. Let me see, do I know where I put this book? It was here last. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not too sure where. But like Krishnamurti's as one is a good way to explain the conditioning, and we are all affected by said conditioning, and it's in itself is not necessarily a perfect book, but it is a great book for in meditation. I believe that meditation allows you um to get to a state in which there is samadhi, but that's why I believe in the meditation. So like I'm gonna do a new chat, clear chat. Levels of enlightenment, samadhi, moksha. I don't actually remember how to spell these things. Yogic traditions. So samadhi, deep meditative absorption, describes samadhi as a profound state of meditative unity and stillness. So I believe in these things because I've experienced some of these things. Timeless peace, expanding consciousness, Narvari Kolpa Samadhi, no mental distinct, Sahaj Samadhi, natural consciousness, enlightenment, integration into daily life, Moksha, liberation, the Buddhist idea of nirvana. So the thing is I believe in this, in Samadhi, in the belief of getting to one of these states. I'm not choosing to find a god. I'm not choosing to exist in a path of godhood or to see a path of which I believe in a godhood. I am choosing to reach a level of samadhi to where because there's points of time where I've meditated and have felt the nothingness of samadhi. I've been in a no mind state. I've for a time have reached that. Did you listen to Pascal's wager? The video. It is all in my head, and so the thing is that like Pascal's wager is an argument, but the thing is it has no bound to what I believe. In the sort of sense of like it's a good way for me to explain how I observe things, but it's not necessarily aligns itself with what his other things are. Like, I don't necessarily believe it, or like it's just a use case. It's just an ability to show people that like Pascal's wager says it's better to believe in a god, but I don't because at a certain point in time I will not force myself to believe in a different thing. Let me go to history and even play this part again. It's muted. I don't feel like seeing the ad of it, but
It's quite big, but
Where he goes into this thing saying, well, if you believe that God is eternal bliss in heaven, if you bet on God not existing,
it's all in your head. Yeah, it's like sure the no mind state you could say is all in my head, but it's the most real experience I've had. It is the closest experience to whatever else. I have not experienced God, and you people might say I have, but I say I feel like I haven't.
and you
But it is getting a little bit late. I have been streaming for around 4 hours and 40 minutes. I might have to leave relatively soon. Not relatively soon, as in actually might need to leave within the... Yeah, I'm going to probably leave here pretty soon just because of how long I've been streaming. I'm getting pretty tired. I'm going to get some water and eat some food and then do some other stuff and then maybe stream tomorrow. But you can believe what you want to believe. We will see judgment. And that's fair. I think we yeah. I don't and that's a very fair thing to have, that we will see the judgment. But I am not to hurt on the idea of I am incorrect or correct on said judgment. I am not to, I guess to, I don't know what the word would be for it at this point in time, but and I will see. And you know, again, maybe I go to hell for my beliefs, and that's just the way it works. I have to accept the fact that I will go to I have to accept the fact that I will go to the Muslim hell, the Christian hell, the Mormon hell, the Protestant, the Jewish hell. I will go to every hell because I do not believe in them. I do not believe in heaven. I will not. There's no case where I will go to heaven and I will exist in million different hells because I do not believe in the million different beliefs. But like those a million different beliefs could be disproven, maybe or not. Maybe there's one that is true that I have chosen to also lump with the other ones, but that is my own mistake. But that again, like you know, not believing could be of my own mistake, and that's just a reality I have to live. But I will be probably if you keep denying the truth, yeah. But I do appreciate you being here. I do appreciate you talking to me because it's you know I do like the things you've been saying and even though I haven't come to believe Islam and even though I haven't come to believe in a God, I do still enjoy the conversation about it because it's an enjoyable one. I do get to understand more than I did before, but I will be going to bed here just because I've been streaming for a while, but and I do what time is it? It is 6:21 a.m. here or just 6:21. Uh yeah, I am gonna go to sleep. I got used to doing a night shift, so I'm still in that kind of like time, but I'll be yeah. All right. You have a good day, and I do appreciate the conversations. All right, I'm going to